I've been married for 12 years, and every year my husband's family hosts a family reunion, which is a huge camping trip into a national forest with a large lake. It's likely the only camping trip of the year for my husband and I, so we will usually always go to get away from the city and romp around the mountains for a bit. We have a daughter that's almost 3, and our son is 8 months old. Our daughter wanted to sleep in the trailer with Grandma and Grandpa, and we decided it was best to keep our son in our tent with us. On the second night, I woke up suddenly. It was pitch black, and I had to pee badly. I had 2 options: make the 2 to 3 minute walk to the outhouse or pee outside of my tent. There was no way I was making it to the outhouse, so I turned my lantern on and checked on my son. He was still snoozing peacefully, so I got my shoes on and went outside to do my business. The moon was out but hidden behind clouds, so I could make out the outline of trees. But everything was still shrouded in darkness, and the only other light source I had was the soft glow coming from my tent. I finished up, and as I was pulling my pants up, I had this urge to rush back to my tent. Just 1 minute I was fine, and the next I was in a semi-state of panic. As I got back into my tent, my son started stirring, so my panic subsided and I got his bottle ready. I got his blankets all situated, and he was nice and warm. By the time I got back into bed and turned the lantern off, he was already back to sleep. I laid there for a few minutes, unable to fall back asleep. If you haven't been camping, it's almost total darkness unless the moon is full, and your eyes play tricks on you, so you can never be certain if what you see is real unless there is sound to it. As I laid there, I could see shadows moving outside my tent. I just told myself that my eyes were playing tricks on me. But even then, I felt this sense of unease, and started to think about the slight panic that I had felt outside not even 10 minutes prior. I just laid there and watched as at least 3 large shadows moved past the side of the tent my son was sleeping next to, and then in front of the tent. I laid awake for a little while longer and didn't see anything else, so I was able to relax and fall asleep. My son woke up at about 7 that morning and refused to go back to sleep, so I got him dressed, made some coffee, and enjoyed the quietish morning. My sister-in-law soon joined me at camp, and we started talking. She told me that she had woken up to go pee at about 2:15 a.m. and couldn't make it to the outhouse, so she decided to pee outside the tent. When she finished, she got back in the tent, and just before dozing off, her dog got super fidgety and started walking around the tent, pacing and sniffing the ground. She thought the dog might have had to go out too, but then the dog started growling. Not barking, but just a low growl, and that's when she started to hear the noises outside of her tent. She thought that it sounded like a large animal, quiet, but you could hear the twigs snap right next to her tent. She woke her husband up, and they listened to it together before he fell asleep, and eventually she did too. I ended up telling her about my experience with the shadows I saw outside my tent shortly after she had heard the noises. Of course, we joked about it being Sasquatch or a deer, but here's the thing. The campgrounds were full. There were maybe 2 empty camping spots left in the area. We all had been making a bunch of noises just 3 hours before, and all the food had been sealed and put away before everybody went back to their tents and trailers. While it's possible an animal went through our camp, I would like to point out a couple of things. There were no deer tracks, there were no bear tracks, and nothing had been disturbed. But there were shoe prints in the dirt near my tent, and they were not made by my flip-flops. Our camp was set up so my in-laws' trailer was in between our tents, so there was a good distance in between our tents, and the fire pit and tables were further separating us. This means whoever was in our camp literally hung out in our camp and potentially watched me pee outside. Even if somebody wanted to take a stroll around the campgrounds on a Friday at 2:30 in the morning, there would be hushed voices and flashlights, not silence, and I'm sure they would have walked on the road, considering there are stakes in the ground and ropes that you could trip over because of the canopies and tents. Anyways, my aunt had rented a cabin that is located up a little dirt road across from the campground entrance, and she had showed up around 6:30 p.m. Friday night. Apparently, when she and her kids were unloading the truck, a beat-up car made its way onto the dirt road. Her aunt said the lady in the car looked like a junkie and was asking super weird questions, like if she had seen some guy, and asked if my aunt and her kids were staying at the cabin. When she told the lady that she had rented it for the weekend, the lady looked super irritated and ended the conversation, turned around, and sped back down the dirt road. I have a feeling that either the guy that the lady was looking for, or possibly both, and a friend, were making their way through the camps in the middle of the night. In all the years I've been going there, that was the first time anything like this happened. I don't know what their intentions hanging around our camp were, but I'm glad that neither me nor my sister-in-law decided to walk the camp for the outhouse in the middle of the night. Something wasn't right that night, and we very well could have been greeted by unwanted visitors. This happened in 1998, back when you could still get demo discs from official PlayStation magazine. I was 14 years old and had a good friend over one weekend. We spent most of our time together playing video games in my room, either that or riding bikes. That day we were going through trying different demo discs. I remember that there was some racing game, a weird fighting game, and then there was this Rugrats demo. It looked like trash, even back then, but we figured it would be funny, so we loaded it up. Right away, the sound was off. It was super quiet, almost like nothing was playing, but when we turned the volume up, all we got was this fuzzy, muffled sound. You could barely make anything out. Every now and then, a loud sound effect would play. Not music, just a quick jump sound or someone yelling. It startled us both a few times. Still, we laughed it off, thinking maybe the disc was scratched or my old TV was finally giving out. A few minutes in, my mom called us. I think she needed help moving something or maybe setting the table. We were gone 2 or 3 minutes tops. When we came back, the TV was off. I figured the thing had finally died. It was second-hand and even old then. But when I looked closer, the plug was out of the wall. Not loose, but it was all the way out. The weird part was where the plug was. It was behind a desk that sat next to the TV stand. You had to move the desk or reach way under to get to the outlet. My friend pointed it out, and I remember just standing there, confused. Nobody else was in the room. My sister was with my mom the whole time. We could hear them in the kitchen. We plugged it back in. The TV came on no problem. The PlayStation looked normal too, though it had shut off while we were gone. We powered it back and everything was fine. Menus, other demos, no sound problems. But when we tried the Rugrats demo again, it was just a black screen. No error, no loading message, just black. If we turned the volume up, the same muffled fuzz would come back, but quieter than before. The only way out of it was to hit the reset button. We tried again later that night and got the same result. I've told a few people about it since then, but it doesn't usually sound like much. Just a weird old disc acting up. But the unplugged TV still bothers me. It's not something that could have happened by accident. There was no pet in the room, no one messing with us, and it was behind furniture. My friend remembers it too, clear as day. He even brought it up again years later, like it had stuck with him in the same way it did with me. I've had tech glitches before, but this didn't feel anything like that. This is something that happened not too long ago. I was at home with my wife and we were in the living room together watching a movie. By this point, it was a little bit later. Our living room is at the front of the house, and behind our couch is the front windows. We were both sitting on the couch, and as the movie was going on, my wife and I were very focused on it. At one point, the entire TV screen went black during the film. This was part of the movie, but for this few seconds there was a reflection on the screen because of it, and we could sort of see ourselves. But then I noticed something behind us. I couldn't see well at all, but it appeared as though somebody was at the window. I turned around and looked out of our large living room window. When I did, I saw a man quickly move to the side and go out of my view. My wife turned around too and asked what that was. I told her that I saw a guy at the window, and this guy had been like right on the other side looking in. I didn't see any details about him or what he looked like really. It all happened so fast. So I got up from the couch and I paused the movie. My wife then covered the window with the shades. I didn't know who this guy was or why he was on our property, but I figured that I should do something. So I decided to go outside and see if the guy had left or not. I walked over to the front door, which was just feet away from the window. I opened it and then stepped outside. When I looked around, I did not see the guy. I looked along the front of our house and he was not there. So either he left our property entirely or had gone around to the backyard or something. I called out asking if anybody was there. There was no response. Trying to sound tough, I loudly said, "Whoever you are, get off my property." I looked around and still heard and saw nothing. So I figured at that point that he was gone, and I didn't want to be outside anymore as I was admittedly a little creeped out. But before I went back inside, I heard my wife yelling from somewhere in the house. I quickly went back in and heard her calling my name. She was towards the back end of the house and told me that the guy tried breaking in. I walked over towards our back door, and when I got over there, I saw the guy running through the yard out the window. He left our backyard and then hopped the fence into a neighbor's yard. I decided right then and there to call the police. I got the phone and dialed 911. When I reported what happened, I was told that police were already on the way to our neighborhood. I was sort of confused at first. A short time later, though, the cops got there. When they arrived, there was like 4 police vehicles. One of them stopped in front of our house, and the others went to other neighbors on the street. The officer that went to our house told me that multiple other neighbors had called the cops. There had been reports of a man attempting to break into houses. I realized that our house must have not been the only one that he was at. The police searched the area, and the man was located hiding in someone's backyard at the end of the block. It was a crazy situation. When I had gone outside to look for the guy, my wife had heard someone trying to open the back door. Thankfully, it was locked. That's when she called for me. Prior to the man looking in our window, I guess he was in another neighbor's backyard and was pounding on their window. They ended up waking up, and when the lights turned on, he ran. They called the cops, and that's why the police were already on the way. I'm not sure who the guy was or why he was trying to break into houses in our neighborhood, but I'm really glad that he was caught. This happened to me when I was living in a university town. I had only a semester left while my friends had 2 semesters left in school. So I rented a room in a house with 2 guys I found on Craigslist. I know that sounds creepy, but that's not the creepy part. I went for a run one morning, came back to my house, and hopped in the shower. With shampoo in my hair, I heard banging noises coming from the front door. I figured that my 2 roommates, who were friends with each other, had friends coming over, and I didn't think anything of it at first. I continued my shower, but the banging didn't stop. It continued to get louder. I started to hurry things along and started to become concerned. By the end of my shower, I heard a big crashing sound. Quickly toweling myself off to go investigate, the door to my bathroom opened. In the doorway was a man I had never seen before. He was looking at my naked body up and down while I desperately covered myself up. I asked the only question that came to my mind. "Who are you?" He didn't answer. He continued to look at me like I was a piece of meat. I asked the next most logical question. "Are you here by yourself?" Another man slightly peeked his head from around the corner of the hallway. The first man told me to get on the ground. I said no, and he hit me open-palmed in the face. He then said to me, "Do you want to die?" I had never been hit before. During the recoil after his hand connected with my face, time had slowed down. During that split second, I experienced the most intense fear in not knowing what to do next. Not knowing what to do safely to get myself out of the situation. I was in this alone is what I thought. My cell phone was in my bedroom. My only plan was to get out of the bathroom and get to my phone. I tried leaving the bathroom, and this is where my memory fades and has only been filled in from what others have told me. My roommates had just gotten home from morning class and saw the front door busted in, so they knew something was wrong. They came up the stairs when they heard me screaming, "No, no, no." The first man grabbed me, but when he saw my roommates, he let go of me. The man demanded that my roommates give back his money. My roommates told the man, "We don't have your money." My roommates had never met or seen these guys in their life before. They must have been drugged up on something and got the wrong house if someone did owe them money. After my roommates told them the cops were on the way, which was a lie since they hadn't been called at that point, the men left out the front door. This is where my memory begins again. I fell to the ground sobbing uncontrollably. My face in the floor, I curled up like a bug and cried for a while. Once I regained control of my body, I went into my room and called my mom. I could barely get this story out to her by the time the police came. I had to throw on some clothes and talk to them outside. The banging and crashing noises were the 2 men kicking the original 1920s door in half to gain entry. It only took them a few minutes. I told the police what I remembered, which was minimal. They took DNA from fingerprints from the bathroom door. The police said they would do their best, but I never heard anything back, so I'm guessing that means they didn't find the man. Now, even if I'm home alone, I always lock the bathroom door or my bedroom door when I'm in there for that extra layer of security. This happened a year ago, and I was just 16 years old. I'm a girl, and my mom told me that she and my oldest brother were staying at our lake house for the weekend, and suggested that I go and bring a few friends down. I invited my friend, who I will call Sarah, and told her to invite a few other people as well. having a good mix of boys and girls, so everybody was excited. They arrived late Friday night, so on Saturday we spent the day on the boat. Everything was fine until we decided to go fishing late that night. We were so excited that we forgot the net that we needed to keep the fish in. I was bummed since the walk back to the house was about 18 minutes, all for a small net. It also included a large, steep hill just before the marina that we were stationed behind. We needed it though, so I told them I'd be back shortly. John, another one of my friends, insisted that I didn't go alone. He was very protective, but I don't think he believed there was any real danger. Sarah, seeing John's persistence, offered to go with me instead. At this point, I just wanted to fish, so I agreed to let her go with me and began walking up to the dock. Like I said before, the large hill led to the dock, which split to either the left or the right once you've reached the marina. If you go left, it splits again, and one strip leads to the back of the marina where we were. This area is lit by a single light that was covered in bugs. It was an ideal fishing place, especially since there was hardly anyone around that night. When we reached the side of the marina, there was a tall, bulky man. He must have been middle-aged, maybe a little older. Like I would do for anyone down there, I flashed him a smile, followed by a friendly hello. It was darker in this area, so I didn't get a good look at his face. However, I did see his meaningless blank expression drop into a look as if I had just insulted him. He didn't even respond, which I immediately found unsettling. Everyone down there was usually friendly enough to greet any stranger, even if they weren't in a good mood. Sarah and I are best friends, so we could tell what the other one was thinking by a simple glance at each other. We continued to walk, but I began to question why the man was walking that way in the first place. It was only our friends back there, and he didn't have a fishing pole or anything in hand. Just as we passed him, I began to hear footsteps following behind us. I turned to my left to face Sarah, and saw the man out of the corner of my eye. He was following us. Sarah noticed too, and we began to pick up the pace, but he stayed right on our heels. Anyone else on the dock would have thought that we were walking with this man, when in reality we were trying to escape him. It would have been a straight shot up the hill into the neighborhood, had there not been a truck parked right in front of the dock. Out of many years I've been down there, I never saw anyone park like that. In fact, only golf carts parked this far down the hill, never a truck. It was at an angle, so we were walking straight towards the driver's door, which was wide open. The truck was still running, but no one was in the driver's seat. At this point, we were both done with this man, and began to make plans in our heads to escape. Sarah and I both knew that we couldn't outfight this man, but we could outrun him. I suggested we wait until we reached the hill closer to the truck, trying to act like we weren't scared, and also so if he was fast, he would have less time to catch us before we passed his truck. The light behind us made our shadows stretch out into the water as we neared the hill. The shadow of the man began to grow as well, much larger than either of ours. We reached the hill after what felt like minutes, and took off as fast as we could, racing past the truck by going down into the ditch a little bit and then up the hill. We didn't look behind ourselves until reaching the top of the hill. The truck was flying backwards up the hill right towards us. The man had already gotten into his truck and was pursuing us. Sarah didn't know the area and froze, trying to decide where to run. Without even cluing her in, I pulled her down the boat ramp and into the wooded area behind the houses. We didn't turn on our phones for light, in fear that it would attract his attention if he was following from the road. We popped out on a road before my house when there was no sign of any cars nearby. Then we booked it all the way back and found my brother getting ready to walk down to the dock. We explained everything as we walked back, terrified that something could have happened to our friends. My brother was 22 and had no fear of the man we explained. He even suggested that the guy turned around because he forgot something. But we dismissed the idea when we saw the same truck sitting at the top of the hill, waiting. My brother shined his flashlight at the truck as we walked past, but the headlights were blinding us. As we walked past, all I could see was a figure just sitting there. We got back to our friends, and they never even saw the man. John kicked himself for not going with us, and I can only imagine if I had gone alone. That man would have had the perfect chance to shove me into the truck blocking the path, and I wouldn't have stood a chance. I can't remember his face, but I'll never forget the way his shadow towered over us on the water. This is a really crazy experience I had when I was much younger. When I was a kid, I was homeschooled by my parents. I have 2 older siblings, and all 3 of us did homeschool. Most of the time, we would just stay at home doing our work. But occasionally, our parents would take us on field trips for school. Usually, it was to museums, parks, or the zoo, things like that. At one point, when I was about 6 years old I think, we went on a field trip to the Science Museum. I was really young, but I do remember many details of this story still. I know we got there, and at first we went through a few exhibits all together and looked at stuff. Then we got to this one point in the museum that had a lot of interactive things. There was some stuff that you could play with and try out. So my parents sat down somewhere and let us kids play around in the area for a while. I don't remember a lot of the specific things that were there, but the area was mostly an open space with a few sort of more hidden spots as well. That day I remember that the museum was pretty busy with a lot of other people there. So I was hanging out with my older siblings, and then I kind of wandered off on my own a little. I was near this tunnel that you could crawl through. I'm not sure what it was supposed to be, but I guess I must have been out of sight of my parents and siblings. When I was over there, I just remember looking up and seeing this guy dressed as a shark. He had a full shark suit on, and it was a friendly-looking shark, but I have no idea why he was there. I figured he was some kind of mascot wandering around and giving high fives to kids and stuff. He stood there and reached out his hand, or fin I guess. I gave him a high five, but then he grabbed my hand. His grip was strong, and he did not let go. Then he started walking away with me. We were kind of in a corner where nobody else really was there. There were other kids fairly close by, but I guess they didn't really think much of it. The shark just started walking away with me. I was confused and didn't know what was going on at first, but then I thought maybe he was going to give me a sticker or bring me to my parents or something. I didn't think it was anything bad, but he instead walked over to these doors that were almost hidden. It was an exit, but not a commonly used one. He opened the doors and we walked through into a back hallway type of area. Then we continued walking towards what I saw was exit doors out of the entire museum. These went outside. It was then that my instincts really kicked in. I saw us walking for the exits and realized that we were leaving. I did not want to leave, and I tried to pull away from the shark. He didn't let go though, and he didn't say anything. That's when I stopped walking and tried harder to tug away from him. He stopped walking too, and when he did, I let myself fall to the ground. So he tried to pick me up, and that caused him to loosen his grip. That's when I finally broke free. I got up and ran as fast as I could down the hallway. I couldn't remember which door went back into the area where my parents were, so I kept running down the hallway until I saw other random doors. I didn't look back, so I'm not sure if the shark guy was chasing me or not. I went through some random doors and made it to another part of the museum. Then I wandered around until I eventually found my way back to my parents. It took probably 10 minutes. I told them what happened and they reported it. I don't remember much else after that, but that was one of my scariest moments of my life for sure. Last year, I went on vacation with my girlfriend Zoe to Florida. We flew down there and we got a pretty decent hotel that was close to the beach. It was only a couple of blocks away and we could walk there, which was nice. We were staying there for like 5 days. A few days in, something crazy happened. So we had been enjoying the vacation to that point. We spent a lot of time at the beach and at local restaurants and attractions. One night we got back late and we were both tired from being gone all day. I went to take a shower, and while I was in there, I heard Zoe say she was going to get some ice. So she left the room, and I finished showering. Then I went back over and sat down. About 2 minutes later, Zoe came back into the room rather quickly. I noticed that she shut the door really fast and locked it behind her. Then she said that some creepy guy had been following her. I asked her to elaborate, and she said how she went down to the second floor for the ice machine. She stated that when she started walking down the hallway of the second floor, she saw this guy kind of standing around. She went into the room to get ice and heard the man start to walk over. He got to the small room where the ice machine was and entered. Zoe thought that he was waiting for her to be done so he could get some ice. But when she was done, he just stood there looking at her. She walked past him and left, and then he started following her down the hallway. Not wanting to wait for the elevator, she took the stairs, which the man did as well. When she got back to our floor, she walked as fast as she could for the room. The man was described as maybe 50s with a grayish goatee and somewhat tall and thin. I decided to go out into the hallway to see if he was still there. When I got out there though, I saw no one. It was completely empty. I walked around a little and figured that he was gone. So I went back into the room, and soon after we fell asleep for the night. I figured that was the end of that. The next morning we were leaving the hotel. Right after we got out and were walking on the sidewalk, Zoe said she saw the man again. She pointed to a guy who was just across the street on a sidewalk. I looked over and saw the man. He was not looking at us and appeared to just be kind of standing around. We kept walking and then turned at the next street. We were out for a long time. Later on in the day, though, we were a long ways from the hotel in the city. We were walking down the sidewalk and we both noticed the man again. As we were waiting to cross the street, we looked back and noticed the man standing about 20 feet behind us. There was a good amount of other people walking on the sidewalks and stuff, so he blended in fairly easy, but we still noticed him. I didn't know if this was just a crazy coincidence or not. I had a feeling it wasn't. I wanted to get away from the man. We decided to turn and take this odd route. When we did, it seemed like we lost him because I stopped seeing him. Later on, we went to a restaurant and sat outside. As we were there, I noticed the same guy standing across the street. He appeared to be looking at us, or mostly at Zoe. The guy was really creeping us out now. It appeared as though he was trying to follow Zoe around. I thought about getting up and confronting him right there. However, I decided not to. The man continued to look in our direction for probably 5 minutes. Then he walked away. We didn't see him for the rest of the night as we were out. When we got back, though, we saw him again. As we were walking into the lobby, the man was already inside, sitting on a chair sort of in the corner. We walked to the elevators, and as the doors were closing, we saw him get up. He did not walk over to try to get on the elevator, but we were suspicious of what he might do. We got up to our floor, and then quickly went to our room and got inside. After getting in, Zoe started looking out of the peephole. She thought that the guy might try to go to our door or something. Like a minute later, she told me that she saw him. I was angry and decided to confront the guy. Zoe said that he was just standing around sort of by our door. He did not knock on it though. So I went over to the door, opened it, and went out into the hallway. Now it was just me and the man there. Sure enough, he was standing there. Now it was just me and the man there. Right when I got out though, he started walking away. I told him to stop, and I asked what his problem was. The man stopped and turned around. He had a very angry look on his face. I asked him why he was stalking us. The man did not say anything. He started walking over to me and then pulled something from his pocket. At first, I didn't know what it was, but within a few seconds, I recognized it to be a stun gun. The man kept going closer to me and then lunged at me with it. I jumped back and thankfully did not get hit. I took off running as I didn't have anything to defend myself with. I went to the stairs, ran down, and was not chased. When I got to the lobby, I reported the man to the front desk. They ended up calling the police. I stayed down in the lobby until they arrived, and I called Zoe and told her to stay in the room. The police showed up a short time later and looked around the hotel for the man. After a while, they found him and left the hotel with him. I'm not sure if he was arrested or not, but I know that he got trespassed from the hotel for sure. When I got back to the room, Zoe told me that after I had called her, she heard a knock on the door. She knew it was the man and did not answer. She also said that he tried opening the door, which was locked. For the rest of the trip, we did not see him. This happened just a couple of months ago. It was the weekend and I was up late watching TV. I was in the living room of my apartment and relaxing after a long day of work. My apartment is not that big. It's basically one giant room with a kitchen at the front by the door and then the living room past that. I think that's a pretty standard setup. Then there's one bathroom and one bedroom off of that down the tiny hallway. So as I sat there feeling relaxed and having an ice-cold drink, I suddenly heard a knock at my apartment door. I didn't know who would possibly be there because I obviously was not expecting anybody. I looked over to the door but did not bother to get up. I figured that it was probably a mistake. Maybe somebody was trying to go to another apartment. After maybe 20 seconds, they knocked again. Then I heard a younger man's voice say, DoorDash. Now, I did not order anything on DoorDash. In my mind, this was a simple mistake. One of my neighbors must have ordered food, and the delivery guy simply had his address mistaken. So I got up from the couch and started walking over to the door. My plan was to just tell the guy that he had the wrong place and to double check the address. When I got to the door, I opened it. But as soon as I did, I saw that there was not just one guy there, but there was 3 men. They were all dressed in dark clothing and had sweatshirts and jackets with hoods up. My door was open for literally half a second, and as soon as I started to open it, I thought better of it and began to close it. The main guy right at the door then went forward and tried to stop me, but he must have realized that he would have gotten the door slammed on his arm because he almost reached in and then didn't. After I slammed my door shut, I very quickly locked it. Pretty much the next second, the guy tried to open the door. Then I heard the other two guys get closer. They kept trying to open the door, and then they started banging on it and kicking it as well. It was really loud, and I thought that the door might break. So I quickly ran into the other room, and then I got my phone and dialed 911. But the guys banging and trying to break in did not last long, because within probably a minute, it stopped. Then I heard them all running away down the hallway. I told the police what was going on, and they said they would have an officer there shortly. And the cops arrived pretty quick. It was probably within like 5 minutes. However, by that time, the men were all gone. I'm not sure where they went, but they were no longer in the apartment complex. I assumed that it was an attempted robbery, but I don't know why they picked me. My apartment is just like all the others. I'm not rich or anything, so maybe it was just random. I'm just glad that I had fast instincts to close the door as soon as I had opened it, or else I think they might have barged their way in. This happened 5 years ago when I was 23, and I just wanted to make friends because I was waiting for someone special for me. I talked and chatted with everyone because I like to make new friendships. One day this guy added me on Facebook. He was from a city 5 hours from mine, and he added me and messaged me instantly. Nothing strange about his profile. We talked for 1 hour about some cliche things, like what do you do in your free time. We eventually talked about video games, and we played a lot of similar games, so we added each other on PlayStation to play together. We played video games with each other for about a month, and it was fun. He had my same sense of humor, which was dark humor and sarcasm, so we got along well. While gaming once, he told me he left his ex-girlfriend 1 year prior because she cheated on him, so he pointed his gun against her because he was angry, but of course it was just to scare her. I told him that was horrible and creepy, but he said that he was just joking and that it wasn't true, which I just chalked up to his sense of humor. One day, he asked me about my love life, and I told him that I was just searching for friends, and he was totally fine with that. I actually really liked playing video games with him. He respected that I wasn't looking for a relationship, and he wasn't flirting at all. Long story short, after having been playing video games with him for about a month, one night I joked about blaming my best friend for not going with me to the movies that night. So I joked with him, laughing that I was going to watch the movie I wanted to see alone tomorrow night. The next day at 8 p.m., he messaged me on Facebook, which again was weird, because at that point we had only talked when we were playing video games together. He messaged me saying hi and asked what I was doing. I messaged back and said, nothing at all. I'm playing a video game and waiting for my dinner to be ready. He messaged back and said, so you aren't going to the movies still tonight? He attached a picture of my hometown sign where you drive past it and it says welcome to the city. I freaked out. Not only was it the weirdest thing ever, but I told him about the main city near where I live, not the small town where I actually lived. There were tons of suburbs near the main town, which I told him about, so it's not like he could have guessed where I lived. I'm not sure if he was a hacker or if it was some other coincidence, but he somehow found out where I lived. He also messaged me saying that he drove 5 hours to come and get me for the movie we were going to go see. I basically told him that I wasn't going to a movie with him, and it was inappropriate for him to show up unannounced like that. All he responded with was that he had asked for 2 free days at work, and he was near my house now, and I needed to get ready to go. I responded and said if this was an elaborate prank, it was funny, but if he was being for real, I would call the police if he showed up. I had never asked him to come over, or even told him where I lived, or mentioned anything that we should hang out in person. He got angry at me through text, typing in all caps that he was coming anyways to my house, and that he was tired of driving and I should just accept his nice surprise. I blocked him and told everything to my parents. He sent me a picture of my home from another number. My dad, who is a bodybuilder, went out into the garden and waited hours to get ready to beat the guy up if he tried to approach our house at all. I don't know if this creep saw my dad and got scared, or if it was just a strange prank, but I didn't sleep that night. Later that night, he messaged me over PlayStation, saying that he had arrived home and did 10 hours of driving for nothing. I blocked his PlayStation account and Facebook account, cutting all ties with him. 2 days later, he tried to add me with a new Facebook profile, but I blocked it in a flash. Luckily, I've never heard from him since. Maybe he was a nice guy who didn't understand social cues or situations well. But after only a month of chatting together while gaming, I found it quite creepy that he decided to show up out of the blue. set the stage for this story, we must go back to the far-off year of 1988. The location is the Cascade Mountains of Oregon. I was 10 years old, and it was me, my mom, dad, best friend, and our golden retriever, Amber. We were very much an outdoor family, and had many camping trips before this and since. But to this day, when I think about it, I still remember the terror I felt that weekend so long ago. After a brief talk with my father recently, it kind of came back to the front of my mind. He also was able to fill in a few details that I had forgotten. We packed up the station wagon with everything we would need for a hike into one of our favorite lakes to camp at. To make this trip even more exciting for me was the fact that it was my birthday weekend and I got to pick this lake. After we arrived at the trailhead and got our packs on, my dad got his firearm and strapped it on his belt. In Oregon, open carry was permitted in national forests, and my dad always had a gun on his hip while in the woods, which always added a sense of security. We had a close call with a bear one time, in which it came in handy. The lake was about a 4-mile moderate hike in and through some thick forest, but the trail itself was well maintained and was never very busy, so it was going to be a very pleasant hike. We started off our hike, and back in the 80s it was not uncommon to have your dog off-leash on the trails in the forest, so we let Amber run and do her thing. She was a good dog and never ran off too far or jumped on people. She did love people though, and speaking of people, we had not seen anybody else on the trail after about 2 miles in on the hike, which was nice since it was all of us talking, laughing, and enjoying nature. My best friend and I started to hike ahead of everybody else, because we were so energized and excited about finding the first and best tent spot once we got to the lake. Amber was bounding ahead of us and having a great time too. We were about 20 yards ahead of my parents when Amber stopped dead in her tracks. I thought that maybe she saw a chipmunk or something, maybe a bird, but she started to growl. She never growls, so we stopped walking, and I thought that maybe it was a bear or deer or something that was just off the trail, and she had seen it or heard it. We immediately started walking backwards, and my parents caught up to us. My dad asked us what was going on, and I told him that Amber was up on the trail growling at something. He told us girls to stay back with my mom, and he walked ahead to where Amber was at the trail. My dad got up to her and looked around. I heard Amber whimper a bit while looking off the trail. My dad comforted her and called her back and walked back to us. He said it must have been an animal, and he did not see anything right off the trail or ahead of us. He said to let him take the lead as we continued to hike. It did not take long before it was forgotten, and Amber and the rest of us were all having a good time again. We arrived at the lake, and much to my delight, there was no one else there camping. The water was clean and blue, and the shade from the trees made the whole scene just perfect. My friend and I found the best spot to set up our tent, and my parents followed suit. After we had camp set up, folks went off to fish just down the hill, and my friend and I took off with Amber to walk around the other side of the lake to catch salamanders. We only made it about 1/8 of a mile when Amber stopped and started to growl. We stopped and looked around and heard brush rustling. Then, right in front of us, a man walked out of the trees. Amber stayed right by our sides and started to bare her teeth. The man was taller than my dad, so at least 6'4". He was very skinny, but he had broad shoulders. He was clean cut and was wearing black jeans and a white polo shirt with loafers. I mean, he did not look like he had hiked at all, or was even dressed for the outdoors. He almost looked like he came out of church. We just stood there trying to process the situation when Amber began to bark. The guy just stood there, not moving, and he smiled, like the creepiest smile. It felt like someone who thought that this is what a smile was supposed to look like. Amber kept barking, and this got my parents' attention, and they looked up to us and called us to come back. We complied and started to walk back towards them. My dad met us halfway and told us to go to the campsite, and he was going to talk to this guy. We got back to camp, and my mom sat with us. I could hear my dad asking the guy if he needed help or if he was a fellow camper, or if he had set up camp away from the lake. My dad was being polite and calm, but I could see that he was on guard and trying to feel out the situation. Now is the time to mention that my dad was ex-army and could be very intimidating when needed. The conversation continued. The guy told my dad that he was just on a walk and did not mean to intrude on us. The guy said goodbye and walked back into the woods. My dad walked back to camp, sat down, and told us that he thought the guy may be a yuppie camper and does not know much about the outdoors. But my dad said that he got a weird vibe from him and would continue keeping an eye out for him. Amber stayed by our side and was calm, yet she kept looking towards the direction the guy went. A bit more time went by, and we had a nice campfire going, and the sun was starting to set. We cooked some dinner and made s'mores afterwards. My friend and I decided to go to our tent and read some books and tell each other some scary stories. Amber followed us to the tent and laid right outside of the door. My parents walked down to the lake to sit, have a beer, and just chill. They were never more than 50 yards away. Not long after my parents walked away, I heard Amber start to growl, and then we heard footsteps coming from the woods behind our tent. My friend and I turned off our flashlight and went quiet to listen. The footsteps stopped at the edge of the woods. We then heard heavy breathing and a grunting sound. Amber started to bark, and we heard the footsteps retreat into the woods. Amber whimpered a bit, and then I heard my parents walking back to the camp. I went out and told them what happened. My dad said that he heard Amber barking, and that's why they came back up. I asked my dad what we should do. He told me that we will see about moving camp in the morning, since we still had 3 days left of the trip, and nothing had happened to warrant just leaving. But he said that we should play it by ear, and just be a little more vigilant, and if something changed, we would decide what to do next. He told us to try to get some sleep, and we all turned in for the night. The next morning, we got up and had breakfast. After breakfast, we headed down to the lake to fish. It was a beautiful day, and we were having so much fun that the events from the prior day were almost forgotten. We decided around lunchtime that we would go for a short hike to the waterfall that is up from the lake. We were gone for only about an hour, and when we came back, we found our tents opened and our sleeping bags strung out on the ground. My dad told us to hang back with my mom, and he went to investigate. He came back and said that nothing was missing, but it was not an animal that did this. He said we should break camp, hike back to the car, and find another spot to camp for the next couple of days. I could tell my dad was not wanting to frighten us, but I heard urgency in his voice. I was very disappointed, but if it meant we could enjoy the rest of the trip and not worry about some creep messing with us, then it was worth it. We broke camp and started our hike back. My dad was in the lead, and we were double timing it and made it back to the car in record time. As we walked over to the car, we saw that one of our tires was flat. Not a big deal, we always had a spare, but when my dad bent down to start taking the lugs off, he swore. It wasn't just a flat, somebody had slashed the tire. Dad changed the tire in record time, and we threw everything into the car, but when he went to turn the car on, it would not start. Dad swore again, got out of the car, and popped the hood. It turned out somebody took out our spark plug wires. Old cars like that Chevy wagon did not have internal hood releases. You could just pop the hood from the outside. Dad slammed the hood, said some very colorful words, and kicked some rocks. We were stuck, and no one was at the trailhead where we were stranded. My parents are calm under pressure, and after a few minutes of discussion, it was decided that Dad would start walking down the road until he could hitch a ride to town and go to an auto parts store. Mom and the rest of us were going to wait with the car and look for someone to hopefully pull into the trailhead to help us. A few hours went by and nobody had come to the trailhead. It was getting hot and we were all hungry and tired. My mom made us some lunch and then went to sit under a tree to cool off. Amber was by our side and was calm, but then we heard a voice. Amber leaped up and started to whimper. The creepy guy from yesterday came down the trail and was asking my mom if we needed help. My mom told him that we were fine and that it was being settled and my dad would be back soon. The creep told her that his camp was close and he was parked on the old fire road that is near the lake and asked us if we would like to come back to his camp and wait until my dad returned. My mom sternly told him no and we would just stay put and thank you anyways. He did not like this. He told my mom that it was not safe out here for a pretty lady and 2 young girls. My mom, like my dad, was no pushover and asserted herself again and said that we did not need any help and to please just leave us alone. The guy just stood there, smiled wide, and then turned around and left. My mom was visibly shaken and us girls were a bit scared. My mom came over to us and told us that we needed to stay close, not wander, and that we will be okay. My friend and I were really kind of freaked out and we were just hoping that my dad would make it back soon. After another 30 minutes, the creepy guy came back. This time, he was not alone and had a slightly younger guy with him. The other guy was dressed as a yuppie camper and had a very stern look on his face. My mother stood her ground as they approached. Amber started to growl again. The 2 guys flanked us, and one of them flashed a gun tucked into his belt. The older guy told us that we needed to go with them, and they were not asking. My mom backed up next to us, and without taking her eyes off them, reached to her belt and pulled out her Bowie knife. My mom said that we would not be going and they needed to leave now. The 2 men did not even flinch at this and said that we would come back with them or they would hurt us. At this moment, though, Amber went from just growling to barking and put herself between us and them. This made the guys stop and hesitate. My mom yelled that they needed to leave now. They started backing up, and at that moment, we heard a truck pulling into the trailhead parking lot. At the sight of the truck, the guy started to walk away fast and disappeared into the tree line. The truck was a forest ranger, and he had my dad with him. My dad jumped out of the truck and ran over to us, asking if we were okay. The ranger came over and asked who those men were and if we were okay as well. My mom explained everything while my dad hugged us girls. The ranger took off to go looking for the men. My dad told us that he was about 5 miles from the town when the ranger picked him up and took him the rest of the way to get the part for the car. Then he drove him back to our car. After hearing what happened, my dad was angry and wanted to fight the guys who tried to kidnap us and had been terrorizing us for the past 24 hours. The ranger came back and told us that he almost caught up to them, but they sped away in their trucks with a camper in tow. They had been parked behind a small ridge behind the lake in an old logging road. He did not get a plate, but he radioed a description of the men and their truck and camper to the local sheriff's office. He also took our information and said that he would pass it on to them. He waited with us until Dad had the car fixed and we were able to leave. We decided not to continue camping and instead drive a couple of hours to spend the last 2 days of the trip at the beach and stay in a hotel. A few days later, a deputy called my dad and told him that they never did find the men. He said it was most likely a crime of opportunity after seeing a woman with 2 girls in tow. He was sure that they had been watching us from off the trail and had messed with our camp to judge how my dad would react. When my dad seemed to be too big of a threat, they sabotaged our car, hoping to put us in a position where we were vulnerable. He said they would follow up with us if they found anything else out, but according to my dad, nothing ever came of it. I work for a national retailer. We have recently gone through a restructuring, with one of the more significant changes being a downsizing of store security across the smaller stores. My store is smaller, but it's in a large city and in a downtown area. We are currently running on little security, and at the time of this story, we had no security, which led to all sorts of issues. So as part of us dealing without security, the managers had to man the entrances and do our best to de-escalate incidents. I was merchandising some handbags when a very strange woman entered the store. She initially set off our sensor towers, and she quickly ran out, but returned about 10 minutes later after realizing that we had noticed but didn't respond to the alarm. The woman was very red, sweaty, and seemed to be under the influence of something. This was evidenced by her erratic behavior and her habit of talking to herself. Her behavior was the standard of any downtown store, and it was evidenced by her rummaging through bracelets and other accessories with her hands shaking. She seemed like a sort of run-of-the-mill tweaker, something pretty much all retail employees have dealt with at some time or another. Usually when we have shoplifters like this, the standard in our company is to provide over-the-top service and act very accommodating. We do this in the hopes of deterring a shoplifter by making them feel visible but without being a distraction to other customers. This woman slowly began to tweak her way towards the exit with a ton of merchandise that was poorly concealed. It was almost like she physically could not hide her shoplifting because she was so under the influence that it was making it difficult to control her arms and legs. Another manager and I hatched a plan to service her over to the counter to obtain some of the merchandise she was looking at and to sort of call her bluff and make her either pay or put the items on hold. After a small altercation with her and the other manager, she began to cuss and started sorting her merchandise into small piles in full view of other customers. She was frantically moving personal items in and out of a pair of black leather bags that she had not yet paid for. And after doing this for a few minutes, my fellow manager decided to help her begin moving the items to the counter. I immediately began scanning these items to be fair and treat the situation like she were any other customer. I was commenting on how fashionable the items she chose were, asking her where she planned to wear the items and stuff like that. She became more frantic as the items were wrong, and as we finished, began looking for her payment. I've seen customers fake forgetting their credit card many times, but when I tell you she was honestly frantic, I mean it. She began to get even redder and banged her hands on the counter, contesting that she had either lost her wallet or that we had it somewhere. In order to de-escalate the situation, I emptied out the plastic bags, purses, even checking some empty shoeboxes she had taken shoes from, but I wasn't producing anything. My fellow manager began to search for the wallet as well. This not being enough, she suddenly started to run around the store while being trailed by my fellow manager, leading to an outburst as she returned to the counter. She lunged across the counter, hand in the air, nearly scratching me as she yelled about a wallet and all her other stuff. At this time, I had stepped back, and my coworker and I could see on each other's faces that calling the police was the only option. I began to do so as she had a tantrum and ran out of the store with a few pieces of merchandise and supposedly without her wallet. We didn't see her again and wrote the necessary reports to forward them to our store owner. Now that the drama had subsided, I started to place items out on the floor that she didn't successfully steal. My fellow manager and I were chatting at the counter, and as I lifted one of the handbags she was toying with, out fell a box cutter. Not a simple industrial box cutter, but one with a blade that has been halfway pulled out and sharpened further to create a shiv. It was a scary realization moment for sure, and it hit me that I had been interacting with her at the counter and closest to her and potential danger. A few years ago, I was traveling back from St. Louis. I chose to drive, and it was a good road trip. When I was on my way back, I didn't really have a plan other than to just drive until I got tired. So I was able to go until probably like midnight before I was really sleepy. Rather than get a bunch of energy drinks and try to power through to the next big city, I decided to stop and sleep. I found some random town in the middle of who knows where. There wasn't much, and it seemed to be the middle of nowhere. After pulling off the highway, there was a gas station, and down the road from this was a dumpy-looking motel. It looked sketchy, but I was really tired and didn't care that much. I just wanted a place to sleep. So I pulled in and decided to get a room. Judging by the parking lot, there were plenty of open rooms for the night. I went into the office, got one, and then went down to the motel room. When I got inside, it was a pretty typical motel room that you would expect. It opened straight out to the sidewalk, and inside the room it was not that clean, but nothing terrible. It had a small TV, a bed, and a bathroom. So I immediately just got ready for bed and then tried to fall asleep. I know that I fell asleep really fast that night, but sometime not long after, I awoke. I remember waking up to the sound of hearing a noise. As I became more awake, I realized that somebody was tapping on the glass of the window to my room. I looked over but could not see anything, because there was a very thick curtain that was covering the entire window from the inside. I stayed there in bed listening to it. The tapping was very deliberate, like somebody was either trying to mess with me or get my attention. I didn't think there was any way that it could be something else. I was curious, but also really creeped out and didn't want to get up and see. Then it stopped. I lay there for about 2 or 3 minutes without hearing it anymore at all. So at that point, I decided to fall back asleep. But just before I did, I heard another sound. This time, someone was knocking at my door. There was no mistaking it. It was much louder than the tapping that had just been on the window, and no doubt it was the same person. I was really curious, so this time I decided to get up and see who exactly was there. I quickly got out of the bed and tiptoed over to the door. When I arrived, I did not open the door, but instead looked out of the peephole. However, when I did, I saw nothing but black. It was like whoever was at the door was deliberately covering up the peephole with their hand or something. So now I had no idea who was there. I quietly moved over to the window to try to get a look at them from there. But the way the window was positioned, you couldn't really see who was at the door unless they stood a few feet back from it. I pulled back part of the curtains at the far end and looked, but all I could see was part of the person's backside, and they appeared to be a man. I couldn't see his face or anything, just that he was at the door. I moved back and went over to the bed. The guy kept knocking every few seconds. I didn't know what to do. Then, after several minutes of the knocking, it finally stopped. I stayed there on the bed listening to see if the guy would knock anymore. After about 10 minutes of hearing nothing but silence, I finally felt relaxed enough to go back to bed. So I laid back down, and within probably 5 minutes fell back asleep. The next morning I woke up, and at first forgot all about the crazy encounters from the previous night. I wanted to leave early to hit the road, so I packed up my stuff and left the room at about 7:30 a.m. However, when I got outside, I saw that there was some damage to the motel room door of the room I was in. It looked like somebody had taken a crowbar or something and tried to pry the door open. Now, it was not like that when I had entered the room the previous night. I knew that for sure. I remembered the man at the door and realized he must have tried to break in. That really gave me the creeps. Then I walked to my car and saw more marks at my car door. I got inside, and thankfully nothing was missing, and he didn't get in there either. I got out of there fast and was back on the highway. Looking back, it still freaks me out to think that I slept with some guy trying to get into my room. I'm just grateful that he didn't. Why he gave up, I don't know. Maybe the doors were really strong, or maybe he was just bad at trying to break in. Maybe somebody startled him, or possibly he just wanted to scare me. But either way, it was a very creepy and memorable experience at a sketchy motel. When I was younger, I worked for my lake community during the summer season for as long as I could remember. The jobs ranged from dishwasher, maintenance worker, and boat tender. My last and longest one was beach security. The lake had a small beach with a building that had a game room, a deck overlooking the beach, a restaurant, a small hotel, and a lobby for guests of the hotel and restaurant. I was assigned to check in guests of the beach and make sure that they were members in good standing who paid their community dues and to enforce the rules of the whole area. This took place during the summer and fall of 2011. I graduated college and I promised myself that this would be the last year I would work for the community. I was tired of the drama and I was ready to find a real job. To make more money that year, I also took the position of doing night duty as beach security. For that, I would monitor the property for 3 more hours after the game room and restaurant closed at 11 p.m., and I would make sure nobody was trespassing on the property. I would mostly walk the property and then stay in the lobby area, watch TV, and play on my phone until my shift was over. I would also have to ask people to leave or call the community security for assistance. I should mention I was an unarmed security guard, and I didn't own anything for self-defense at the time. One night in July, I was watching TV with the sliding glass door behind me that led to the deck. The show that I was watching went to a commercial break, and the screen went black for a second. When that happened, I saw on the reflection of the TV screen somebody standing on the deck looking into the door and looking at me. I immediately jolted up and turned to the figure and just stared at him. The guy was about 5'8", wearing a dirty black hoodie with a white Adidas logo on it, navy blue basketball shorts, and white sneakers. With his hood up, I couldn't really make out his face, but I could tell that he was a white male with bright red dyed hair that was underneath his hood, and he seemed a bit younger than me at the time. He was just standing there, swaying slightly, and he had his hands in his pockets. He was staring at me, but also it looked like he was looking right through me. It took me a second to collect myself, and then I walked to the glass door and slid it open. I told him, "I'm sorry, but the beach and deck are closed for the night, and I have to ask you to leave the property and come back when we open tomorrow in the morning." He had a bit of a pause before he said anything, until finally all he said was, "When is that?" He was very monotone and seemed tired but jittery. I told him the lake and beach would open back up at 8 o'clock in the morning. Then the hooded guy said, "Okay, can I come in and use the bathroom?" At this point, I felt something much more off about this guy. I've dealt with drunks and people being super high, but this guy seemed to be on something else, and I didn't want any part of it. Once again, I told him I was sorry, but everything was closed for the night. He seemed to get a bit annoyed by that, but his body language barely changed. He said, "Fine, I guess I'll go somewhere else to take a poop." Then he walked off. I made it a point to follow him off the deck and watch him walk away to make sure that he left. Instead of heading up the road, he veered off into the woods. He was out of my sight, but I could hear him dragging his feet through the brush and sticks. After that, I walked back into the lobby and locked the door behind me and called the dispatch, reported the incident, and asked them to keep an eye out for the guy. The end of my shift came and I locked everything up, armed the security system, and left. I started to drive out of the beach area, and as soon as I started to turn left, a balloon full of this red liquid stuff flew from the woods and slammed against my passenger window. I got startled and floored it out of there. I wasn't going to get out and see what happened there when I only lived 5 minutes from the beach. I got home and checked out the damage. My passenger door was covered in red paintball paint. The impact was enough to dent my door. I called it in and asked security to keep their eyes out and check the area for the guy. The next day, I was told that they didn't see anybody there, but got reports that that same thing had happened to other residents' cars or houses. I was angry, but also unnerved that it happened to me in the first place. Fast forward, and time had passed and it was fall now. The beach closed for the season, but they still needed a night guard to make sure that no one was vandalizing the property. It was the week of Halloween, and it was also my last night. I got a job working at a much better job, and this was the last day of my 2-week notice. I also went to a Halloween party earlier that evening, and went all out as Jason Voorhees with a machete from Walmart as well. I was wrapping up for the night, and I was just sitting outside of my car, talking to my friend on the phone, trying to get together to hang out with some people. As I was talking, I could hear some leaves rustling and twigs snapping in the woods behind the dumpster. I told my friend that I had to go, and I hung up. That was my dumb horror movie moment, as I walked slightly closer to where the noise was coming from. It was dark, but slightly lit from the parking lot's lights. As I was looking, from behind the dumpster came the same guy I saw in July. His hood was down, and I could see his hair was longer, with his natural brown hair roots longer than the red dye that was left. He began to walk up fast to me, growling, and his face was plastered with rage. He had a black iron pipe in his right hand, and he was swinging it a bit when he came at me. He covered a lot of ground quickly. I ran to my car and opened my back passenger's door I was facing. I grabbed the machete I brought for the party, and I raised it over my head and stood my ground. I don't remember what I said to him. I was filled with so much adrenaline, but I know I cursed a lot. He seemed to stop and stood there for a bit. After I yelled and shook the machete a bit, he simply turned around and went back into the woods where he came from. As soon as he cleared the dumpster, I got out of there. I was going way too fast for the windy roads my community had. I called not only security, but the police as well. By the time they got there, he was nowhere to be seen. Years later, I moved away from my community, and I haven't heard anything new about the man or anything related to the incident. I now carry a knife, and I still have that same machete in my car, just in case. I'm going to tell you the story of a really strange thing that happened a while back. This was 2 years ago, and I was living with a roommate named Mallory, who is one of my best friends. We're still good friends today, but no longer live together. So we lived in this 2-bedroom apartment on the first floor of the building. It was an average place. I liked the apartment because it had 2 bedrooms and a living room and kitchen in the middle. Mallory and I each had our own bedrooms as well as bathrooms which were connected to the bedrooms. Living in the apartment was fun. Sometimes the other friends in our friend group would come over and hang out. But one night, Mallory was gone late as she had to work, and then told me that she was going to her parents' after for dinner. I remember that I had to work late that night, and I arrived back at the apartment at roughly 9 p.m. After getting back, Mallory was still gone, so I was there by myself. I changed and then sat down on the couch with some food and started watching TV. I wasn't sure exactly what time Mallory would be back. As I was sitting on the couch and watching TV, I started to feel relaxed, but that feeling quickly went away. Out of nowhere, the TV that I was watching shut off. It was really strange. The power did not go out because the other lights remained on. I grabbed the remote and then turned the TV back on, but within probably 5 seconds, it shut off again. I knew that I did not touch the remote and I didn't know what was going on, so I got up and walked over to the TV. I'm not sure what I was looking for, if maybe a cord was becoming unplugged from the wall or something like that. It was really strange, and now that the TV was off, the apartment was completely quiet. As I was standing, I was closer to our back window. This looked out to behind the apartment complex, which had a walking path, and behind that was trees and people's backyards in a nearby neighborhood. The blinds were mostly closed, but standing by them you could sort of see between them. At a distance, it looked just dark outside, but now that I was close up, I suddenly saw a movement out of the corner of my eye. It was coming from outside, and I looked over and saw someone or something moving farther down. I went over to the window and moved some of the blinds and looked out. I was just on time to see a man running away really close to the apartment. I only saw his back as he was illuminated by other people's back lights being on. He was wearing a sweatshirt and hood which covered his head from the backside. He jogged away and was quickly out of sight. The man had been so close to my apartment, and there was no way that he had just been out walking on the trail. That was about 50 feet away. For some reason, he was deliberately right behind my apartment. I stayed there watching for a while, and he did not return. After that, I turned the TV back on, and it did not turn right back off. In fact, it didn't turn off by itself at all anymore. I sat on the couch and continued to watch TV, wondering if it would turn back off, but it never did. About 30 minutes later, Mallory got back home. I told her about the strange occurrences. We concluded that the man that ran away was most likely right outside of our window, and he must have had a remote and turned the TV off for some reason. With Roku TVs which we had, the remotes tend to work with all the other televisions, so that's very possible. But the question that I have is why? Was it just a funny prank? I found it to be really creepy, especially that hour at night, and I'm really glad that it never happened again after that. A few nights ago, me and my 2 buddies were hanging out as we usually do late on Friday night. We have this road near our town that leads to a military base gate. A right turn from the gate is a road that leads through a large section of woods and eventually back into town. The whole area is surrounded by woods for at least a few miles. It's common for people to street race down this road at night, as it has all kinds of fun twists and turns and is far from anybody. My friends and I often go there to drive fast and goof around with our cars, as we do it often. Anyways, we were all hanging out listening to music driving towards the road. We made the turn to go past the abandoned church onto the short road leading to the military base gate. My friend picked up some speed going up to the gate, and we turned onto the dark wooded road, going fast but not too fast yet, in case any cops that sometimes hang around the area were there. We made it towards the end of the road and made a quick U-turn to go back the same way we had come from. But only this time we were going a little faster through the dark quiet woods, carrying through the corners swiftly. We got back to the military gate, and my friend made the turn back down towards the abandoned church, picking up speed as we went down the hill. Right as we reached the bottom of the hill, we all noticed something that sounded like a stick hitting the side of the car with a hard-sounding thud. My friend hit the brakes and slowed down to about 20 miles per hour. We all started asking questions as to what just happened. Being the only one that didn't see what happened from the back driver's side seat, I thought we just hit a branch, kicking it up off the ground and making it hit the side of the car. My friends quickly reassured me that they both didn't see a branch in the road, and they both saw it come from the woods, hitting the driver's side quarter panel and window as if it was thrown at us. We all concluded that it was probably somebody that might have been walking down the road, and for some reason we didn't see them, and they were probably angry at us for speeding by. We turned around at the end of the short road to see if that was true, and then we noticed another car coming our way. They were passing the same spot that we were at when we collided with the branch. This car very obviously slowed down when passing that spot, and then sped back up before passing us. It was a little weird. It was as if it seemed like they had experienced the same thing we had. We got all the way back up to the gate, and didn't see anybody walking, and didn't even see a single branch in the road either. I told my friend to loop back around and go really slow past where the branch was thrown at us. As we passed the spot, I saw a clearing in the bushes. I'm not sure what the clearing is for, but it looked like the opening to an old service road that has since been overgrown by these invasive bamboo-looking bushes. I started to point out the spot to my friends, and as I did, I saw something in the opening. I only saw it for a brief second, as the car's headlights were now too far past to light the figure up, but I know for a fact I saw something pale and kind of gray-looking sitting in that tiny opening. I froze after seeing it, and didn't know what to tell my friends. It was almost ironic that I saw something, because moments before, I was thinking about tricking my buddies into thinking I saw something and freaking them out, but that joke turned into reality. I didn't see enough of it to determine if it was a person, animal, or anything alive for that matter, but I know it wasn't just the bushes or a tree trunk. There was something in that clearing. I told my friends that I saw something, and we looped around one last time. This time, my friend positioned the car to face the opening so that we would get a clear view with the headlights. Of course, whatever I saw was gone. Nothing was there but a space no bigger than a car and a thick bush around it. They still believed me though, and we hightailed it out of there. We got to my friend's house and out to inspect the car for dents or scratches, and sure enough, it had some. One noticeable dent with a couple of tiny pale chips and a few good scratches. My friend's car is older, so we didn't really care. We concluded that it was just some kids messing around, even though it wouldn't really make sense being there were no cars parked anywhere on the side of the road, or houses close enough to justify walking there. Also, it was 1 o'clock in the morning, so who would be out there? Even our original thought of somebody walking there was kind of a stretch of our logic. Looking back, what I saw kind of looked like someone or something's shoulder getting briefly caught by the light, but who knows? Maybe it's a ghost who haunts the road at night and was finally getting revenge for people tearing up and down the road with our obnoxious cars. There were no overhanging trees that could have had a branch fall on us or wind blow it onto us somehow. My friends are sure that the trajectory that the branch took was in no way natural, and the dent in the car proves it. A couple of years ago, it was my senior year of high school. I had just turned 18 and was living with my older brother and my dad. We had recently moved into a beach condo right on the shores of San Diego. It was a strange setup where one unit was on the 3rd floor and the 2nd unit and 1st floor were divided in half, vertically into 2 units. We lived on the side open to the sidewalk. The other side had a gated boardwalk entry and was right next to another condo of similar style. The condo was a bit older and creepy when we moved in. There were 2 master suites and 1 regular bedroom all on the 2nd floor. Since my brother only came home to sleep, my dad and I each had one of the suites. We were all happy and loved the new place, until I found a door. Again, this condo was a little strange. In my room, there was a sunroom. It had been a balcony at one point, you could tell by the concrete floor and drain in the middle of it, but it had been closed in by large windows. I liked to sit there and do my homework with my cat. She enjoyed the sun, and I enjoyed the view of the ocean. But as much as I had been out there, I never considered moving the bookshelf that had been there since before we moved in. That was until my cat was going ballistic and I noticed her chase a mouse behind it. I told my dad, and we bought a couple of mouse traps. We were going to put them behind the bookshelf and went to move it out of the way. When we shifted it, we saw the door. It was locked and we were never given a key for it. Although we figured it was just a storage closet, my dad and I were both curious, so we asked the landlord. The landlord had no idea what it led to. We did the logical thing and hired a locksmith, who opened the door to reveal a hidden fire escape. It was a dark and creepy indoor stairway that led to a door in our shared garage. The only way to get to this door was from the third-story balcony or the door inside our garage. Either way, you had to already be in the building to get to it, so we weren't really worried about it. A few days later, my dad and brother decided to go on a small road trip. They left me behind because I was still in school and drove myself to class anyways. I had stayed home alone many times before. I was used to it and never really got lonely thanks to my cat and small dog. Nobody besides my boyfriend knew that I would be home alone, and nobody besides my dad and myself knew about that door, so I felt rather safe. I went to bed late. I was a night owl, and I cuddled up with my cat and dog and fell asleep while watching a movie on my laptop. I awoke to my small dog freaking out and a person trying to get into my room through that door. My dog attacked them and quite possibly saved my life. At the time, I went back to bed thinking it was all a dream. The next morning, I went to grab my backpack from the sunroom and there was blood everywhere. The door was still open and there was blood leading down the stairs. I called my boyfriend and dad, and then finally the cops and my school to let them know I wouldn't be coming in today. The cops took samples of the blood and pictures of the trail. Then they got a good laugh when I showed them the dog who protected me, and from the looks of it, it took a good bite of the stranger's leg. My dad and brother cut their trip short, and my boyfriend stayed with me until they got back. I was terrified. I couldn't think of anyone who knew about that door, had access to it, and possibly was timing it for my dad and brother to be gone. The cops never came back with anything, and we put the bookshelf back. But it took a long time for me to be able to sleep easily in that room again. The only other people who knew about it was my landlord and the locksmith. Our landlord is in a wheelchair, so it wasn't him, but it very well could have been the locksmith. Who knows what would have happened to me if my dog wasn't there. When I was 13 years old, I played a lot of World of Warcraft. If you know anything about the game, you know that when you're at a lower level, you will sometimes have higher level friends help you out. There was a guy who was an online friend of my real life friend, and asked if I needed any help in the game, and I said sure. We got to talking, and he told me that he was 13 as well. So we chatted a lot and became good friends. He lived in Texas, and I lived in Canada, so it was just an online friendship. He eventually started to seem interested in me and began sending me poems and things. Eventually, he told me that he wasn't actually 13, he was college age. Me being only 13, I thought that was okay since we had talked already for months, so I thought nothing of it. This was naive of me, but I was very young, so I didn't know all the risks. He started getting really flirty, and I was flattered being a 13-year-old girl having a college-age man interested in me. I thought it was cool. He asked for my phone number, and being young and stupid, I gave it to him. I also gave him my address so that he could send me things in the mail. Eventually, he said that he wasn't college-aged either, and that he was 40 and had 3 kids and a wife. I stopped talking to him and told him to leave me alone. He started calling my phone number and leaving drunk voicemails saying he was going to come to see me. I didn't know what to do and didn't want to get in trouble, so I said nothing. He wouldn't leave me alone, so I had to tell my parents, who told him to leave me alone, and he did for a short time. At one point, when I thought he was 13, I had told him my real name. Recently, he kept contacting me on all my social media and the email account that I've had since I was 13. He's still married and won't leave me alone, and I'm trying to find his wife so I can tell her everything he has done. I definitely have this lingering uneasy feeling as he knows my parents' address, and we haven't moved since I told him. He has messaged me saying he's going to be in the area soon via LinkedIn and whatever other accounts he can find me on. I don't respond and pretend that I don't use the social media accounts. He's been messaging me for 10 years though, and he hasn't shown up to my house yet, so I have some hope that he never will, but I hope he eventually leaves me alone. Back when I was a freshman in college, I lived in a dorm building and had a room to myself. The building was pretty typical. It was old, had several floors, and also a lounge area. The rooms did not have bathrooms in them, so each hallway had a large bathroom about halfway down it. One time, about a couple of months into my freshman year of college, I was up late in my dorm room. I was studying, and I would often stay up later than I should have doing homework or studying for classes. It was probably about 1 o'clock in the morning or so. I don't remember what time I had class the next morning at, but I was planning on going to bed soon. After finishing up my studies, I went out of my room to go to the bathroom down the hallway. I remember that I left my room, and as I began to walk down the hallway, I noticed something. It was just one really long and straight hallway, and at the very end, there was this guy wearing one of those old white goalie masks. I only saw him for like 2 seconds, and then he went out of sight at the end of the hallway, going around the corner that led to the stairwell. It seemed weird to me, especially because it was 1 o'clock in the morning. As I walked to the bathrooms, the hallway was completely quiet and empty, other than me. Everyone else was sleeping, no doubt. I thought the guy with the mask was probably another college guy playing a joke on a friend or something. Pranks in the dorms happen all the time, but normally those kind of things happen on weekends or nights where people are staying up late. I didn't think too much of it though, and I went into the bathroom and brushed my teeth and stuff. I was at one of the sinks in the bathroom, and to the right you can see the bathroom door, which is propped open. I was in the bathroom for maybe 5 minutes, and as I was at a sink finishing up, I saw movement to my right. It was somebody walking down the hallway past the bathrooms. When I looked, just for a second, I saw the same guy walking past the bathrooms now. He didn't look over at me, and he didn't stop or anything. After he had passed by, within a minute, I was done and left the bathroom. I went back to my room and then went inside and went to sleep. I didn't see that guy for a few days. However, a couple of nights later, I was in a similar situation. I stayed up late and went to brush my teeth before going to sleep. It was after midnight again, and when I walked out into the hallways, at first I didn't see him. But when I was walking back to my room, I heard somebody walking a long ways behind me in the hall. I turned around and noticed him walking towards me. He was still a really long ways away, but he was wearing that same mask. This seemed a little odd. I didn't know why somebody would be doing this, but I just went into my room and then got into bed. I fell asleep pretty quick, only to wake up a short time later. What woke me up was the sound of someone knocking on my door. It wasn't very loud, but enough to wake me up. And that didn't take too much, because I'm not a deep sleeper, and also things were so quiet at that hour. So I groggily sat up and listened. Whoever was at the door knocked again. I had just woken up and was not thinking the most clear, so I had no idea who it would be. I got up and walked over to the door and looked through my peephole. There I saw the same guy, still wearing the mask. He was just standing there waiting for me to open the door. I saw him knock again. However, I did not answer it. There's no way I was going to. After staying at the door for maybe another minute, he finally walked away. I was really creeped out by the experience. I didn't get a look at the guy's face because of the mask, but I had assumed that it was just a college kid. Well, about a week later, I hadn't seen the guy at all, but I heard about what happened. A man was arrested for trying to break into students' rooms, and it was the same guy wearing the mask. He was not even a student. It was some guy in his 40s, and that really creeped me out. I thought that it had been just some creepy but most likely harmless prank by a student. I had no idea that it was some crazy guy who didn't even go there. I stayed at a pretty average hotel one time. I travel quite often for work. It takes me all around the country, and so I've been to many hotels. Over the years, I've stayed in everything from really great places to complete dumps. This one was somewhere right in the middle. So it was probably on like the 3rd floor probably, just in a typical room with one bed and a nice TV. I stayed up in my hotel room pretty late finishing some work stuff. Then to unwind, I was watching some TV in bed until I got sleepy. I remember that at like 1 o'clock in the morning, I got a call on the phone in my hotel room. I found this strange immediately. It was not my cell phone, but the phone that they have in the room. It would have to be the front desk calling, but why would they bother me at 1 a.m.? So I walked over to the phone and answered it. I heard a man's voice on the other end say that I needed to come down to the front desk. I asked why, and he didn't say. He just said to come down now, and then he hung up the phone. Now, I had checked in much earlier, and it had been a woman at the desk when I did, so this was not the individual that I had dealt with, and I figured this guy was the night front desk person. I was really annoyed and ticked off that they would call me at 1 a.m. and not tell me why. I angrily put on my shoes and then left the room. I walked down to the elevator and then went down to the first floor. When I got there, the hotel looked completely empty. I walked over to the front desk and nobody was there. Near the front desk was the breakfast area, and there were some meeting rooms down a nearby hallway, but not one person was to be seen anywhere. I looked behind the counter and now was even more angry. I didn't stop and ring the bell at the desk or ask if anyone was there. I didn't care. I just went straight back for the elevator and got back on. If they were going to bother me in the wee hours of the morning, at least be where you asked me to go. I'm not going to wait around. So I took the elevator back up to my floor, got off, and then went back to my room. I went inside and then got back in bed watching TV just like before. About 5 minutes later, the phone rang again. I was so angry. I answered it and said, "What do you want?" The same man told me to come down to the front desk. He was speaking louder now and in a more commanding tone. I told him I already did. The guy said that I had not, and I had to go back. As he was still speaking, I hung up the phone and then unplugged it from the wall. Then I walked over, got back in bed, and laid down. It had been a long day, and I was tired. So after laying down, within about 10 minutes, I started to fall asleep. But I was interrupted again. This time, I heard a knocking on the door. I got up from the bed and stormed over there. When I got to the door, I heard somebody quickly walking away. I looked out the peephole just as I was hearing this, but they were gone by the time I looked out. Then I swung the doors open and heard only footsteps. I looked around and saw no one. There were a few places in the hallway they could have gone. As it's not just a long hallway, there were different hallways connected to it. I went back inside and locked the door. I didn't know why I was getting messed with. I went back to bed and this time fell asleep. The next morning, everything was fine. I went back downstairs for the hotel breakfast and there were now lots of other people around. I went to the front desk and asked who was working overnight. I was told a woman's name and I reported what was going on. They said that's not something that she would do. And I know that I was also talking to a man, not a woman. So I don't know who that was who was calling me or why they were talking from the front desk. I still don't have answers, but that's the craziest thing that's happened to me in my many travels. For 1 year when I was in middle school, I did homeschool. It was mostly just online, so it was pretty much like online classes for college, except there wasn't really a teacher. It was all done on this computer program and on the internet. So every day for school, I would just sit in my room at my desk and computer and do school there. Overall, it wasn't too bad, but I didn't really leave the house much. When I wasn't doing school, I would stay on my computer and usually play video games there as well. So one night, I was home alone and had finished my school for the day. I don't remember where my parents were, but I think they were gone. So as I was in my room at my computer, I remember that I was checking my email. I got an email from my school company. I don't remember the exact words, but the subject of the email said something like important, and I believed it said something like security action needed or something along those lines. I clicked it and it basically said that I needed to confirm my address to the school. It gave some reason, but I don't remember what it was exactly, and I probably didn't fully understand it. I just had to fill out this basic form, and I completed it and then submitted it and moved on. So that was that, and the next day I remember that I did my school again like normal. After that I played video games, and I remember that I stayed up late playing on my computer after my parents had gone to bed. But during this time, at probably after midnight, I got another email. It was from the same school email that I had received the night prior. This one had no words, but just a photo that was attached. The picture was of my house at night, taken from the street. I was so confused and also creeped out. It was very strange. I looked at the picture for like 5 minutes straight, wondering what was going on. Then I went over and looked out of my bedroom window. I did notice that there was a car parked on the side of the road just past our house. The engine was off, and I couldn't tell if anybody was inside or not because it was too dark, but it usually was not there. Most of the time, cars did not randomly park on the side of our street. I was really freaked out. I went back to the email and just kept looking at it. Then I realized something. This was not the official email address from my school. They had the same name and same logo, but the email for this was one letter off, which is why it was hard to see at a glance. This was somebody pretending to be my school. I had no idea who would do this or why though. It wouldn't be one of my friends messing with me or something like that, because I wasn't even old enough to drive and neither were any of my friends. This was so strange. I went back over and looked out of the window again. The car was still there. I thought about waking up my parents, but didn't. I went back to the email and blocked the account. Then I just hoped that nothing crazy would happen. I went around the house and made sure that every door was locked, which it was. Then I made sure that every window was completely covered. A few were not, and I covered them. After that, I went back to my room. I checked out of my window again, and the car was still there. After that, I stayed at my computer playing video games to try to get myself to calm down. Eventually, I did. It was probably close to 3 a.m. by the time I was able to fall asleep. When I woke up the next morning, I checked the window, and the car was gone. I also checked my email and did not receive anything else strange. I went around the house and there was no signs of a break-in or anything, so everything was all good. After that, I wondered about it for a few days, but nothing else happened. I only did that school for that 1 year, and nothing else strange like that ever happened again. I still wonder who did it, and was that car on the street whoever took the picture? I mean, somebody had to know that I did that school program, and then they would have had to pretend to be them to get me to fill out the form for my address. But for what purpose? Just to creep me out with that picture? I'm really glad that nothing else happened. This was something that happened back when I was a kid. I was 8 years old at the time, but I remember it pretty well. So I have an older sister who is a few years older than me. I remember that it was a weekend and my sister was sleeping over at a friend's house that night, so it was just me and my parents at home. I remember that night we all went into the living room and were watching a football game. I really enjoyed watching the game with my parents, especially my dad, who knows a lot about sports. At halftime, I left the living room and went to go outside into the backyard. I was a really active kid and always liked to go into our backyard and practice sports. We had a pretty small backyard, but it had nice short grass and was completely fenced in with a sort of high wooden fence, so I would always be back there tossing the ball around or something. I remember that I left the living room, went through the kitchen, and then got to the back door. As soon as I stepped out into the backyard, I saw a man back there. There was this guy who I had never seen before just standing in the backyard about 20 feet away from me. As soon as I saw him, I just turned right back around and then went back inside the house. Looking back, I'm not sure what exactly I was thinking. Maybe I thought the guy must have been a neighbor, but for some reason, I seemed to assume that the man was not up to no good, but had a logical reason for being in our backyard. Maybe it was because he was just wearing normal clothes and looked like an average guy. Maybe I thought that if he was some criminal that he would be wearing a ski mask or something. I was a shy kid and just decided to walk away without questioning him or saying anything. In my second or two in the backyard, the man did look at me, but did not say anything at all. So I got back inside and went straight for the living room where my parents were. Once I got back there, I felt safe again. However, I did not even bother to lock the back door or anything, which makes me mad at my younger self looking back. But as an 8-year-old kid, you don't always think the best. I continued to watch TV with my parents, now watching the halftime report. We were all on the couch, and maybe 5 minutes later during a commercial break, I just barely heard what sounded like the back door opening. You could not see it from the living room where we were, and I could just barely hear it. It sounded like the door was being opened very slow and deliberately. I had no idea that the man who was in our backyard would try to enter our house. This immediately creeped me out. My parents did not seem to hear the door opening at all. They were still just sitting on the couch and watching TV and chatting. Moments later, I thought I heard footsteps, so I decided to mention the man in the backyard. I told my parents about what happened, and when I went outside, my dad said that he would get up and go look. When he started walking over to the kitchen, we all heard footsteps quickly moving away. But the footsteps were not going back outside. They were moving farther into the house towards my parents' bedroom. My dad heard this, and I think he maybe saw the guy for a second too. I heard him say something like, "Who are you?" Then he turned back and quickly went into the living room. He told my mom and I to go down into the basement and to lock the door of whatever room we went in. He also told my mom to call the police. Then I saw him go back over towards my parents' bedroom. I went with my mom quickly downstairs, and we went into the bathroom down there and locked the door. I was pretty scared. About 5 minutes later, my dad came down and said that the police were on the way. He said that some random guy was in our house, and he basically chased him out of it. My dad wasn't hurt or anything, the guy didn't try to fight him, and nothing was stolen either. The cops got there a short time later. My parents talked with the police, and I told them what I saw as well. I learned a lesson to always lock the doors and stuff like that. After that, nothing else similar happened. Looking back, I wonder what that guy's plans were. It really creeps me out that even after seeing me and figuring that my parents were probably home, he still decided to go inside our house. This story happened within my first few months at my current job. For some reference, the store I work at is in a plaza around other stores and is in a nicer area. We still get sketchy customers from time to time, but it's much less frequent than when I worked at Walmart. Anyways, that night I was working in the cosmetics section, and I made my way up front to get reshop, items that people discarded throughout the store or didn't want to get at the registers to go put out in my section. The store was relatively quiet and slow since it was close to closing. Upon reaching the customer service desk where reshop was held, I saw this woman standing there dressed in a thick coat and looking rather fidgety. It was a colder season, so coats were common for people to wear, and I wasn't super thrown off. She could have been antsy because she had been waiting for a while. I asked her, "Hey, is everything okay? Can I help you with anything?" She looked up at me and kind of narrowed her eyes. She said, "I'm waiting on a manager. Are you a manager?" I told her no, and she just kind of huffed and then asked when they would get there. I told her I'm not sure. There's one manager in the store and he's probably in the middle of one of his closing duties. She huffed again and just turned to face the store. At that point, I just thought that she was a regular Karen. I again asked her if there was anything I could help her with in the meantime. She just shook her head and I left her alone. I was debating on waiting with her until a manager got there. But even though it was slow, I still had some work to do, and I figured that he would be there soon enough. I grabbed my reshop and headed back to my department. The next day when I came in for my shift, my closing manager pulled me aside and asked if I remembered the lady from last night up at customer service. I said yes and asked if he had gotten to her. He said no and explained what happened. Apparently, this woman had a note and a gun on her. Her plan was to give the note to the manager, announcing that she was robbing the store and had a weapon. However, since during closing hours there's only one manager and they have a million things to do, it takes them a while to do or get something done out of those closing procedures. The lady had left the store because the manager was taking too long and went to the store right next to us. She did end up robbing that store instead of ours. Nobody to my knowledge was harmed though, just shaken up, which I don't blame them for. There's no doubt it was a close call that night, or what might have happened if she really did have a weapon and wanted to stick with our store. If I did decide to wait with her for the manager and the lady got other ideas, who knows what would have happened. I did homeschool growing up. It was pretty cool most of the time, and I liked not having to go to a school every day. Another thing that I liked was that I could get my school done early and then have a lot more free time. This is something that happened when I was 14 years old. So one day, I remember that a new video game that I really wanted to get was coming out. This was back in the day, and the game was for PlayStation 2. I had saved up money from doing chores and birthdays and stuff, and I had a few $100s to my name. My plan was that very day the game came out for PlayStation, I would go to the local Target and buy it. But it was a school day, and my parents' rule for me and my siblings was that we had to get our school done before playing games. So I made a deal with my mom that I would get up super early and do all my schoolwork. Then she would drive me to Target as soon as I was done. And I believe Target opened at 8 or 9 a.m. or something like that, so that's when I was trying to finish by. So I woke up that morning before anybody else in the house. In fact, I woke up at 5 a.m. and it was still dark outside. I left my room and headed downstairs to get my school books and start my assignments for the day. I figured that I could be done with everything by 8 or maybe 9 a.m. at the latest. Then I would have all day to game. So everyone's bedrooms were upstairs and my schoolwork was downstairs. As I had made it to the bottom of the stairs, I heard our basement door from around the corner close. I couldn't see it, but it was obvious that somebody had just closed it. Immediately, it set me on edge. The house was completely dark with no lights on, and it was completely quiet too. I didn't know who that would be. I was so creeped out that I instantly ran back up the stairs and went back in my bedroom. I thought about who it could be, but as I was in my room, I still wanted to get my school done. I figured that I was just being a wimp, and it was probably just my dad or maybe my sister. There had to be a logical explanation. So I psyched myself up and then left my bedroom again. As I walked down the stairs this time, I heard another sound. The sound this time was the front door to the house opening and then closing. This was also out of my view, so I ran over to a window that looked outside. When I did, I saw this random woman who I did not recognize leaving out the yard and then walking along the side of the street away from our house. I ran over to the front door and locked it. Then I ran upstairs and woke up my parents and told them what happened. They got up and looked around and found that the back door to the house was unlocked. They concluded that the woman must have been homeless or something. Some of our cabinets and cupboards were open, but nothing was missing. They thought that maybe she was looking for drugs or money. After that, though, I was able to do my school and get it done still at a pretty early time. I will never forget that, though. I'm sure that I scared that woman off, but I think I was probably way more scared than she was. This happened when I was a pizza delivery driver for Domino's. I worked there for about 6 months when I was in college. I would drive my old Honda around the city that I lived in, and I made decent money for being in school. Most of the time, I would work nights, and we would sometimes get really busy, so I had a lot of deliveries to make. This story takes place one late Friday night. I was working until 2 a.m., and after midnight, things did quiet down a little bit. So then I got a delivery to make at probably a little after 1. I got the address and then went to my car and put in the directions. It was 9 minutes away, I remember seeing. When I arrived, I remembered that the neighborhood was pretty dark. There were not many lights around, and it seemed like townhouses to me. They went along this street, and on the other side of it was a random parking lot and then just grass and some woods. I parked on the side of the road and walked up to the building. It was about 2 or 3 stories high and looked pretty old. When I arrived at the front door, I realized that the house I was supposed to deliver to was upstairs. It was sort of like an apartment building, so I opened up the door and walked in. Immediately to the left was a door leading to one unit, and then there was a staircase straight ahead. I saw the unit I was supposed to deliver to was 209, and that was upstairs. So I walked up the narrow and long staircase to the top. When I got there, there was literally just a door to my left and then another door in front of me. 209 was the one in front of me. The person who ordered the pizza had not yet paid, so I would need to get the money from them. I knocked on the door, expecting them to answer, but they didn't answer right away. I knocked again and then waited. Probably a minute went by, and things were very quiet. But then I heard the door downstairs open, the one that I had come through. There were 2 men, and they were both wearing all black, including ski masks. I thought it was really weird. They both looked up at me, and then started to walk up the stairs. Now I knew that I was in trouble, and I had no idea as to what to do. They were getting closer as they walked up the staircase. Right as they reached the top, it was obvious that they were going for me. I tried opening up the door to unit number 209, but it was locked. Then I didn't know what else to do. I just tossed the pizza, still in its box, in the direction of the guys. Then I looked over the railing next to me. There was a walkway beneath me next to the stairs. I believe it just led to another apartment unit on the ground level. So I climbed over the wall and railing, which was maybe 5 feet high. Then I jumped down. I did it just before the men reached me. The fall was probably about 20 feet if I had to guess, maybe a little more. My feet hit the ground first, and it really hurt. I remember I fell over, but for the most part I was fine. I sprung to my feet and ran for the door. When I was doing this, I heard the men start to go down the staircase after me. I ran as quickly as I could out of the building and back to my car. When I got inside, I didn't waste any time and I drove away. I didn't look to see if the men were still chasing after me or not. All I knew was that they didn't catch me and I had gotten away. I drove back to Domino's and then ran inside and told my boss what happened. He asked me if I called the police, and I realized then that I hadn't, so I called the police and told them what happened. Luckily, I didn't get in any trouble despite the fact that the pizza was never paid for. As it turns out, the 209 unit that I was supposed to deliver to was vacant and nobody lived there. I had been set up by somebody, but I never found out who. I worked there for just about another month before quitting. I grew up in a small town in Indiana near Fort Wayne. Born and raised there, nothing ever really happened there. Most days were the same. It was early fall and the weather was cool, not too cold though. My uncle and I decided to go for a bike ride around dusk. He lived a few blocks over and would come by now and then to ride the trails with me. Our town has lots of them, paths that wind through the woods really all over the whole town. We rode towards the high school. There's a lake next to it, kind of tucked behind some houses and trees. We weren't really in a hurry, just riding and talking. We took a turn behind the library. There's a sidewalk there that goes down towards the water. It's a calm spot, and at night you can see the moon reflect off the lake if the sky is clear. That night it was full, and sitting right above the trees across the water. We stopped near a lamppost. My uncle pointed towards the moon and told me to take a picture. I pulled out my phone, trying to line it up just right. That's when we heard it. It wasn't a normal sound, not an animal or a person. It was like a gurgling growl, deep and wrong. It stopped me in my tracks. Then I heard my uncle yell. He's 6'3" and not the kind of man who scares easily, but he screamed loud enough to make my chest tighten. I turned towards him and saw him staring past me towards the trees behind the library where the noise had come from. We both stood still in shock as we watched a gray mist just drifting between the trees. But it didn't move like smoke. It moved like it had a purpose. Suddenly, it shot out towards the lake very fast and dove into the water where it disappeared. I turned back to my uncle. He nodded before I could say anything, and we took off. We didn't talk for the rest of the ride. We just pedaled hard until we got back to my house. I was so curious on what we had seen. I found out that the library used to be a hospital a long time ago back in the 1800s when the town was just starting. Also, there was a drowning which happened in that lake centuries ago, around the same time when the hospital would have been in use. I figure what we saw that night must have been associated with those things somehow. My uncle, who never believed in ghosts or anything like that, won't go near that part of town anymore. He says he knows what he saw, and I believe him because I saw it too. When I was younger, I worked at a hotel. The hotel was pretty standard. It had several floors, a bunch of rooms, and on the main level was the front desk as well as the pool, breakfast room, and some ballrooms. I worked the front desk in the overnight hours. It was pretty easy because nothing would ever happen. People would rarely check in after like 10 p.m., and nobody would really come to the desk overnight. So I would pretty much just sit there and go on my phone. Sometimes I would do a little cleaning, like sweeping or vacuuming floors, but that was mostly just to stay busy. One night I was working at the desk like normal. Things were quiet and I had really nothing to do. At 2 o'clock in the morning though, I heard someone come walking in my direction from down one of the hallways. I looked and saw a man walking towards me. He was average height and build and had dark hair. The guy seemed kind of odd right from the start. He walked up to me and said that the air conditioning in his room didn't work. I asked him some questions about it to try to determine if it was broken or how it was broken. He didn't know much. It made me wonder if it was really broke or if the man just didn't know how to use it. He wasn't understanding me though. He said that he was confused and asked if I could show him how to use it. I had nothing better to do, so I said sure. The air conditioning in the hotel could be confusing to use if it's your first time, I guess. So I followed the man to the elevators and went up to one of the other floors. I don't remember which one it was. He didn't say anything as we went up, and it was really awkward. I tried making a little bit of small talk, but the man didn't really say anything. Then we walked to his room, and he opened it. When we got inside, I walked over to the AC, which was at the far end underneath the window. I turned it on no problem, and I started to tell the guy how to use it. He stayed right by the door though, and didn't walk closer to me, which I found a little bit odd, because he was completely on the other side of the room. He nodded his head and said yes, and I was wondering why he wouldn't go closer to me. The guy was still seeming really strange, so I decided to leave at that point. I told him that the AC was on and running now, and the room would cool down for him. He didn't say anything. He was still standing right in front of the door, blocking my way from leaving. I walked over to him, and he still didn't move. I said, "Excuse me." The man was looking at me, but did not say anything. After both of us standing there facing each other for a few seconds, the man finally spoke. He said I was not leaving. As soon as he said that, I reacted the only way I knew. I backed up, took out my phone, and instantly dialed 911. I did all that within probably 5 seconds. I put the phone on speaker and walked away from the guy towards the other side of the room. He started walking after me and told me to stop. As soon as the call started connecting with police though, the man turned around and then just took off and left the room. He didn't have any suitcases or luggage or anything in the room at all. He just left. I ran out of the room and went back down to the front desk. I didn't see the man as I did that. I told the cops what happened and they showed up, but by the time they did, the man was gone. There was an investigation done, and I only heard that he checked in earlier that day when I wasn't working. He apparently must have used a fake ID to check in or something like that. I'm not sure if he was ever found. I'm also not sure what his plan was, but I'm glad that I reacted well in that situation. I was homeschooled when I was a kid. I remember that when I was young, for a few years, I went to this homeschool group. It was kind of weird because the whole point of being homeschooled is doing school at home. But once a week, all the homeschooled kids in the area would meet at this community center. We would basically do school together that one day a week. I only did it for a few years, I think when I was about 7 to 10. There would usually be about 20 other kids or so in my grade there. My family lived in a pretty populated area in a large neighborhood. The community center was just down the street and a couple of blocks away, so sometimes I would walk there. One day I had walked to the community center for the homeschool group. We did our school for a few hours, and then a couple of my friends and I stayed after playing outside for a little while. The other kids were staying after and talking, and we were on the playground that was next to the building. The road around it was very quiet and kind of winding. As we were outside, and had been for a while, I remember that a car came down the road and pulled over sort of near where we were. The door opened and a man got out. He started to walk on the sidewalk, and I didn't think much of it because he was walking away from us, and soon he was out of sight. We continued hanging out outside for a while. I remember that maybe 15 minutes later, I heard a noise in the nearby woods that bordered the community center property. I looked over and saw that same guy now walking through the woods kind of. He was like 3 feet in, and he was not making a ton of noise, but I could hear him. I didn't know why he was in the woods, but I still didn't think too much of it. He walked through the woods until he was sort of back at his car. Then he left the woods and went back into his car. At that point, he drove away. We remained outside for another 10 minutes or so probably. Then the other kids started to leave because their parents wanted to go, and I decided that I would walk home. So I left the community center and began walking down the sidewalk towards my house. When I had made it only about 2 blocks away, I heard a car driving up and approaching from behind. I expected it to drive past, but it slowed down. I looked over and it was the same guy from earlier. He was driving his car really slow so that he was not passing me. I found this to be very suspicious, so I started walking faster, not knowing what else to do. The car just trailed me, looking about as sketchy as it possibly could. The longer that I walked, the more I was feeling unsafe. As I passed one of the streets, I saw one of our neighbors that my parents were friends with. This was not on our street, but one that was connected to it. The neighbors were a husband and wife who lived in the house there. I saw the wife was outside and gardening up by the house. I quickly walked into their yard and then went up to her. She said hi, and I watched the car kind of stop in the road. I told her that a car was following me, and she looked over to see the guy still sitting there. When she looked at it for a few seconds, the car then quickly drove away. She told me to come inside, and I did, and then she called my parents. They came over and walked me back home. I'm not sure if they called the cops or not, I don't remember, but I'm really glad that my neighbor was outside that day. If the car found out where I lived, the guy may have come back another time, or who knows what would have happened. It was really sketchy, to say the least. I live by this nature preserve on a dark road, which has hiking, frisbee golf, and a park, among other stuff. I was around 13 or 14 at the time, and it was the summertime. During the summer, my friends and I love to go on the trails at the nature preserve at night because it's quiet, creepy, and we love the adrenaline. Now, most of the trails are quite short, but one of them is 2.5 miles long, and it goes through about half of the entire nature preserve. We had been scared to go down this trail at night, but this time we finally decided to face our fears and go for it. We went down the trail, which is this gravel road, and it's quite wide, so we were all next to each other on our bikes, about 6 of us. Now the trail is surrounded by woods completely, and there was no light, and to make it extra creepy, we decided not to use any flashlights, which was a terrible idea. So we were going down this trail, and out of nowhere, we saw about 8 deer in the middle of the trail just standing still. Now for some reason, my friend has a fear of deer, and he was panicking and wanted to go back, but we didn't want to let him go by himself. But we also didn't want to leave the trail, so we kind of forced him to stay. Out of nowhere, the deer started running into the woods, as if they were startled by a potential predator. You know when you're in the woods and you hear crickets, frogs, and other animals? They all went quiet, and we were standing in complete utter silence. We were a little freaked out standing in the middle of the trail, expecting a bear or something to pop out. We stayed in the spot for about a minute or two until all the sounds came back and everything seemed to be normal. Even after that, we still had the will to keep going down the trail. So we kept biking, and out of nowhere the trail got very narrow, only about 5 feet wide, and we didn't realize it. So we all just biked straight into the woods off the trail and crashed into bushes. It took a little to recuperate, but we got into a straight line and went down the narrow trail. At this point, the trail went from gravel road to just a small narrow dirt path. The following moments are by far the scariest moments of my life. We were going down the narrow path, and I randomly looked to my right and noticed a bit of light. We noticed that we were next to a road in the distance, meaning we were nearing the end of the trail. I was looking at this road, and I wasn't paying attention to what was in front of me, and I ran straight into the person in front of me, and it was like a domino effect, and we all fell. As we were getting back up, we began to hear the sound of wood knocking all around us, and then we heard people talking. It was like what it sounds like to be in a room full of people talking, so you can hear people talking, but you can't really make out what they're saying. The voices stopped, and we noticed a silhouette on the road in the distance. It was just standing, looking right at us, and we took this as a sign to turn around and leave. We raced back down the way we had come from, and I'm surprised we didn't crash again. As we were riding back as fast as we could, my bike chain broke. We stopped and fixed it as fast as we could. As we were fixing it, the woods went quiet again, and I heard extremely heavy footsteps down the road behind us. We got the chain on and booked it out of there. As we exited the trail, we got back onto the road that my neighborhood is on. We heard what sounded like a woman's screech coming from the trail, and we raced home and never went back to that trail again. I was on a road trip with my friend John one time years ago. We were driving back home and taking turns driving so that we could go longer throughout the day. One of the days driving back, after driving for about 14 hours straight pretty much, it was getting late. We both wanted to stop and get some sleep. I happened to be driving, so John said that he would find us a hotel. Well, that was a terrible mistake, because my friend John is a cheapskate. He said that he found a great place, and I took his word for it, which was another huge mistake. I specifically remember that I asked him if it was nice, and he said yes, it looked nice. I said that I didn't want to stay in some crappy motel. I even said that I would drive longer and pay a little more. He said no, the place looked just fine, and I said okay. I followed his directions, and about 20 minutes later, we pulled off the highway and into this small town. There was really nothing there, and I just had a feeling like this place was going to suck. This town was dark, with hardly any streetlights. After a while, we pulled onto this dirt road, and I asked him where we were going. He said we were almost there, and like a minute later, I saw the place. There was this really sketchy-looking motel, which was by far the worst motel I have ever seen in my life. And I'm not some snob who only stays in 5-star hotels. I've stayed in plenty of places like Red Roof Inns or even Super 8 motels. This made Super 8 look like a 5-star place. I told John to find another place because this place sucked. He said it was too late, he already booked it, and I owed him $20, which was my half of the room for the night. I pulled into the parking lot and then looked on my own phone for hotels in the area, but I wasn't getting a signal. John insisted on staying there and got out of the car. I was annoyed but also tired from the long day, so I said whatever and followed John. He got the keys to the room and we walked over. It was a hotel that had just one level. All the rooms were in one long row and they all opened right out to the parking lot. There were like 3 other cars in the entire parking lot that was filled with cracks and weeds in the concrete. Surrounding the place was literally nothing. There was an empty lot to the left and then an abandoned gas station to the right. We went inside of our room and John went over to the far bed and fell asleep on it instantly. He was literally sleeping within 5 minutes. I went to my bed and sat down on it. I was not tired but very thirsty and had run out of water. I was also hungry, so I left the hotel room to see if there was a vending machine or anything. When I got outside, it was completely quiet. I walked around the building, and to my luck, there was in fact a vending machine at the far side of the building by the offices. It was in between the small office building and the motel building, so there was like a little walking alleyway there. I went up to the vending machine and saw the selections. There wasn't much, so I just got water. Except when I put the dollar in and selected the water, nothing happened. I got scammed. I was so mad. Then, out of nowhere, this guy walked up to me. He came from behind the motel building, and there was literally nothing back there. The guy had long, gross-looking stringy hair and was really skinny. He didn't say anything, but just walked about 5 feet from me and then stopped. I saw him looking at me, and I said hi to be friendly. He didn't say hi back to me though, so at that point I just walked away. Instantly, I heard him walking after me. I went faster and went down the sidewalk towards the rooms. I heard the man's footsteps about 20 feet back. I quickly got to our room, and when I stopped, I heard that the man was now running. I didn't bother to look back. The key thankfully worked right away, and I opened the door, went inside, and slammed it shut in an instant. I locked the door, and literally the next second, the man tried entering. Then he started banging on the door. I had no idea who this guy was or what he wanted, but I couldn't say I was very surprised with this with where we were staying. Then the man started yelling stuff, but I couldn't make out any of it. After yelling incoherently, banging on the door, and trying to get in for a good 5 minutes, he finally ran away. Then things were fine. John slept completely through the entire thing. I was finally able to go to bed a while later. The next morning, John claimed that he got the best sleep of his life, and that we got a great deal with that hotel. I told him that he slept through us nearly getting attacked by some crazy guy. He didn't believe me when I told him what happened. He thought that I just made it up. But it definitely happened, and I'm never going on a road trip with him again. This is something that took place back when I was in college. It was my freshman year, and I attended a very large university. It's a well-known school in the United States and has over 20,000 students. The campus of the school is very nice, and there are neighborhoods surrounding it where many of the students live. When I was new to the college, I lived in the dorms on campus, and I made some friends rather quickly. I knew a couple of people from my high school that also went there, so I was able to be friends with them, but I also met some new people in my classes, and I was having a great college experience to start out. On one night, probably the 3rd week of classes or so, I went to one of my first college parties. It was a Friday night, and there was probably at least 10 house parties around campus on any weekend night. My friend Jen told me about it, and she went with me. There were also some other people that we knew going as well. We hung out in the dorms for a while, having some drinks, and then went to the party later at night. I'm not even sure who lived in the house that we went to, but I believe they were upperclassmen. When we got there, it was pretty busy, and it only got busier and busier. It was a typical college house, kind of old, and in a neighborhood with lots of other houses. Nothing really stood out about it from the outside, but you could sort of hear the noise when you approached the property. After being there for probably an hour, it was extremely packed inside. There were people everywhere, all college students. I lost track of Jen, and didn't even know who hardly anybody was anymore. It also got extremely loud, with music and drunk kids talking loudly. After some time, the party got busted by the cops. No doubt there was multiple noise complaints from neighbors. We heard some kids yelling and looked and saw some flashing lights out front of the house on the street. In an instant, everybody took off scattering. Most of the people ran out of the back door or side door to the house. A few of them went out the front. Then they ran through the yard into neighboring streets. Some other kids even ran upstairs to hide. This was because many of the kids there were underage drinking and didn't want to get a ticket. So I followed most of the people out the back door. I was underage at the time, and I lost touch with all my friends. I just followed the mob, and when we got out into the street, people scattered even more. I walked down the sidewalk, and when things finally quieted down, I decided to go back to the dorms. We had walked there, but I hadn't paid the greatest of attention. It was kind of a far walk, and maybe took a good 20 to 30 minutes to get there. I was also somewhat intoxicated, which also caused me to lose direction. I was not super drunk or anything, but it certainly affected me. So I walked down the sidewalk, and soon I didn't see any other people. I was going in the direction that I thought the dorms were in, but really it was the opposite way. I figured I would see Jen or another one of my friends as I went back, because they would be heading the same direction, but I didn't. The farther I walked, the quieter the streets were. After like 10 minutes of walking, I stopped and called Jen, but got no answer. So then I went on my phone and actually looked up directions back to the dorms. As I was doing this, a car started to drive by. I was standing there stopped on the sidewalks, and the streets had been very quiet, with rarely cars going by. When the car got even with me, it stopped. I thought that maybe it was one of my friends offering a ride, but there was a man driving who looked older than college age, much older. He did offer me a ride though, but I did not want to accept it. I didn't know this guy, so it would not be a good idea. After he asked me if I needed a ride, I told him no thanks, I was fine. Then I saw on my phone that I had been going the wrong direction, and I saw where I now needed to go. The man asked me where I was going, and I said back to my dorm. He asked again if I was sure I didn't need a ride, and I said yes. He said okay, but did not drive off. The car remained just sitting there. I turned and started to walk the opposite way. A short time later, I heard the man driving away. I turned around to see his truck go out of sight. So then I started walking back, and it was now going to take a little bit longer, but at least I knew where I was going. I was walking down sidewalks, and most of them were very quiet and dark. About 10 minutes later, as I was still on the sidewalk, I finally heard someone else walking nearby. Somebody was on the sidewalk behind me a long ways back. I looked behind randomly and noticed that it appeared to be the same guy who had offered me a ride. This was really strange. Why would he be walking on the sidewalk after me if he had a car? The guy was a really long ways back, like I said, so I just ignored it. But as I kept walking, so did he. He did not go into a house or anything. He was following me for several minutes. I turned around and saw that he was a little bit closer, and I had been walking pretty fast. I didn't know what this guy was doing, so I started walking even faster now. But he was taller and larger than me and could no doubt walk faster. As I kept going, over the next few minutes, I heard his footsteps getting progressively closer to mine. This was beginning to creep me out. He was now within probably 50 feet of me. I needed to do something. As I kept walking, I started looking around. I turned onto a random street that I was not supposed to go down, but I was desperate. When I turned, of course the man did behind me as well. I walked down that street for a while, and then I heard something else. The slight sound of music. I looked to a house to my left, and all the windows were covered and nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but the muffled sound of loud music made me think that maybe there was a party going on there or something. I turned and just walked through the front yard. As I got closer, I noticed something else. There was what looked to be a college-aged boy wearing a sports jersey and a backwards hat, sitting in a chair on the front porch of the house. It was hard to notice him at first because all the lights were off. He was very casually sitting on the porch near the front door and drinking a beer. I walked right up to the front steps towards him. I told him the guy was following me and pointed to the man on the street. The man following me now started to approach the house, but was still out on the street. The college guy told me to go on inside, and I opened the door. There was a party going on inside the house. Not nearly as big as the one that I had come from, but still a party nonetheless. I didn't know anybody there, but I felt much safer now. I called Jen again from the house, but still got no answer. After being inside for maybe 5 minutes, I went back out. The college guy out front told me that he told the guy to get lost and saw him walking the opposite way. So I decided to take a chance and leave. I literally ran the rest of the way back to the dorms, and thankfully I made it back okay. When I got to campus, there were some more people out and walking around. Jen was back at the dorms, but her phone had apparently died. In the rest of my years going to school there, I had no problems with anything like that. I never saw that man again, and I never had any creepy experiences when walking around at night. This happened about a year ago, when I was delivering for DoorDash. I delivered for them quite a bit, and I live near a city, so there are lots of restaurants nearby. When this story took place, I was delivering on foot. I would walk to apartments and houses in the city and deliver. I couldn't cover that much ground delivering on foot, obviously, but I still did surprisingly well most of the time. One time I was working and it was nighttime. Things were pretty quiet, but I was still getting some deliveries. I got one that was for some smoothies from like a health drink place. I remember that I went to the place and picked up the orders. It was 4 drinks, and I got a drink holder for them all. It would take me a little over 5 minutes to walk to the apartment where I was delivering to. So as I was walking, I first went down this pretty busy area in the city. I was walking along the sidewalk, then I would take a right and walk another few blocks. On this first road, I was on the sidewalk when all of a sudden I heard this noise. It was like a commotion to my left coming from the street. The next thing I knew, I was hit by a biker and knocked off my feet. I fell to the ground, and it all happened so fast. It turns out that a car turned onto the street from the left and cut somebody else off. That person swerved to avoid them, and there was a biker in the bike lane on the far right at the same time. So the biker swerved to avoid the car and went up the curb onto the sidewalk and right into me. Everybody was okay, but I dropped all the drinks and they spilled on the ground. After staying at the scene for a couple of minutes until things were sorted out, I walked back to the smoothie place. I told them what happened, and they said they would remake all the drinks. Unfortunately, this would delay me quite a bit. It ended up taking probably 15 minutes longer than it should have. When the drinks were done, I walked to the address and made the delivery. I explained what happened, but apparently the person didn't believe me, because when I arrived, there was an angry man standing just inside. He started instantly yelling at me for being so late. I told him that I literally got wiped out by an accident and had to go back and get more smoothies. He said that was lies and I was just lazy. I just left after that as he was still yelling at me. I didn't want to stay and get in a shouting match with the guy. It wasn't worth my time. I made the delivery and now I could move on. So I decided to make one more delivery to end on a good note and then call it a night. After I left the guy's apartment building and got back out onto the sidewalk, he followed me out. He stopped yelling at me, but I remember I heard the door open and footsteps behind me. He was a ways back, but I looked over my shoulder and saw him angrily walking in my direction. I ignored it and kept going. I got the last delivery for a McDonald's order, which was not that far away. The longer I walked though, the more surprised I became that the angry guy was still following me. When I arrived at the McDonald's, he was still there. I picked up the order I was to deliver and then left. The man didn't go inside the McDonald's, but he was on the street a ways away when I left it. I started walking to make the delivery, and he started walking behind me once again. When I was on a sidewalk in a kind of busy area a couple of minutes later, I decided to confront him. This was just too weird and really uncalled for. I stopped and turned around. When I did, the guy then turned and went inside of a building, which was a convenience store. Clearly, he was just going in there to make it look like he wasn't following me or something. When he did that though, I just kept walking to the address of my delivery. After that though, I didn't hear the man again. When I got to the address, which was another apartment building, I looked around and didn't see the guy. I completed the delivery and then started walking back home. It was certainly a crazy night, but I was glad that I could go home now. From there, it was about a 15-minute walk back to my apartment building. For the first 5 minutes or so, everything was fine. But then, I heard footsteps behind me again, and I looked and saw the same guy. I was shocked to see it. I didn't know where he had gone and how he had caught up to me again. Either way, he was back and walking about 100 feet behind me. I kept going towards my apartment, looking over my shoulder every so often. He stayed the same distance back. Eventually, I made it to my building. I quickly went inside and up to my place. When I got inside, I looked out and saw the guy trying to enter. Then he walked away and left. I still can't believe he followed me for so long. One night, I was home alone watching a movie on TV. I'd been flipping through the channels until I found something interesting, like I often do. I live by myself in an apartment, and it's a pretty average place for the most part. As it got to be late at night, I was starting to get tired. Out of nowhere, randomly, there was a knock on my apartment front door. At first, I thought that it was one of my neighbors complaining about the noise. The volume of the movie on my TV was pretty loud, to be honest. So I quickly turned it down and then got up from the couch and walked over to the front door. Before opening the door, I looked through the peephole. I saw a young woman standing there. She looked to be in her 20s, had dark hair and a few tattoos on her arms. I didn't recognize her, but then again, I didn't know most of my neighbors. Thinking she was still a neighbor, I opened the door. Before she said anything, I said, "Sorry, I didn't realize I had the volume so loud." In my mind, I was 100% sure that she was complaining about the noise because I had no idea what on earth else a neighbor would be at my door for. She looked confused for a moment and then said, "No, that's fine." Then she told me that she was in an awkward situation. She said her boyfriend had accidentally backed into my car in the parking lot. Her boyfriend was apparently over at the car and didn't want to leave the scene, so she came in to tell me. I parked my car in the same spot every day in the parking lot, and it was out there and our lot was sort of small. Things would get crowded with cars, so I was sort of annoyed by this, but was also glad that the woman was telling me about it and they didn't just drive away. I told her 1 second I would go and get my phone, and she said okay. I needed my phone for insurance stuff and to take pictures of the damage. I quickly went back into my apartment and my phone was still on the couch in the living room. When I got it, I was now at the back end of my apartment and near my balcony. There was a large window, and from there you could see most of the parking lot and sort of the area where I parked. I was curious, so I went over and looked out of the window. I saw the parking lot and it seemed completely quiet. When I looked to where my car was, I could just barely see it, but I could in fact see it, and it appeared to be just fine. There was nobody standing around it and no car right next to it or anything. I couldn't see any damage. Suddenly, this whole thing seemed really sketchy. I went back to the door and opened it again. The woman was still there. I asked her how much damage there was to the car. She said it was pretty bad and we better go to the car now. There definitely was not a lot of damage on my car. I told her that she must be mistaken. She mentioned my full name and asked if that was me. I said yes, and then she confirmed that yes, it was my car that had been hit. I was confused. I explained to her that I just saw my car out the window and it didn't look like there was any damage on it at all. She looked at me but did not say anything. Then the woman just turned and walked away without saying a word. She was quickly gone. I went back inside my apartment. Then I looked out the window again towards the parking lot. Things were really quiet there for a minute or two, but I continued watching. I saw the same woman as well as a man come into my view. Both of them walked into a random car which was not even close to mine and then quickly drove away. I was really creeped out by the whole thing. I had never seen that woman before in my life prior to that night. I couldn't help but feel that she was trying to set me up. She was with a guy, and maybe they were going to try to rob me or something. I'm really glad that I didn't follow her. But how did she know which car was mine? Or how did she know my name? That part is something that I still don't know. I was about 24 years old, working both the bakery and the deli at a new neighborhood Walmart because everyone else had called out. It was about a week into opening, about 6 years ago, when this happened. Barely anyone ever showed up for work, so our store was relatively empty of staff. This time was worse because it was the week of Thanksgiving, so everything was hectic and there was no one else to help me. I was working both sections on my own. I had sliced cheese for this guy in a red sweater early that morning. He barely talked, just pointed to the chub of cheese and said, 2 pounds. So I sliced it up, asked if he needed anything else, and thanked him for his service. I then returned to the bakery to bake French bread. In this store, the deli is at the back of the store. You go through the walk-in fridge and it opens into the bakery. The other door the bakery leads to is right into the back room. I had the bread baking and came back into the deli about 20 minutes later when I saw the guy from just before standing by the shelves. I tried not to think anything of it and started cooking some chickens. He pulled up his hood and just continued standing by the shelves near the deli case. I asked if he needed anything else and he didn't respond. He just stood there staring at me quietly. I got a bit wary and decided to go to the back corner for my walkie-talkie. My friend is security of this store, so I called him up and told him what was up. This was Walmart, so I was assuming that maybe he was thinking of shoplifting or something, since theft is very bad in Walmart. Security told me to act casual and go into the bakery, and he would check out the guy, pretending I was busy, and ask him if he needed help. I was bagging up the French bread when my friend came in, saying that he had to chat with the guy and he was just taking his time shopping. I mentioned that he had no cart or groceries outside of the cheese, and it was kind of freaking me out since I was literally the only staff in the back of the store. He told me that he would do rounds every hour until we closed, and I thanked him for his help. I put out the bread and found the guy leaning against the deli case, almost hanging out behind it. I asked him if he needed anything, and he just shook his head no. I told him he can't be behind the counter, so he scooted back just until he was out of the area, and I kind of smiled a little, thanking him before starting to pack up the chickens. At this point, I didn't want to be there, but I couldn't just not work. Every hour or so, security did the rounds, and the guy moved back to the shelves whenever they would show up before returning right back to the deli case. He had been in the store for so long, and if we hadn't been so understaffed and busy, he probably would have been dealt with already, but he was allowed to just hang around. I grabbed my walkie as I began to close the bakery and told the manager up front that I was starting to get scared by the customer and I didn't feel safe. She promised to check things out, and I stayed in the bakery. About half an hour passed, and the manager came back to tell me that they had the guy leave. I thanked her and finished cleaning the bakery. Everything seemed fine as I started cleaning the deli, but then I heard the bell ring, and I came out to find him there. He asked me if he could just have a half-pound of the cheese he asked for before. I did as he said, handed him the cheese, and he walked over to the chickens. I was pretty much watching him constantly as I was closing. Security came around, and I told my friend that the manager had him leave, yet he was back again, and I didn't think I could do my job. Knowing I had an hour left of my shift, my friend entertained the guy, distracting him by talking about food so I could hurry up with my cleaning. As I finished, my friend and I shared a look, and he headed back up front to the store manager to talk to her about kicking him out of the store again. The guy just stayed by the chickens, so I assumed all was fine. I went into the kitchen and started shutting everything down. My hands turned off the lights, and I looked up, and there was the guy just standing in front of the door. I panicked, yelling at him that we were closed. He pushed open the door and started rushing at me. I freaked out, yanking open the walk-in door, running through it the best I could without running into anything, and ran through the bakery to escape into the back room. At this point, I was shaking, and I heard what sounded like the guy following me through the fridge, the plastic guards rattling. I ran out of the back room, through the store, and straight up to security and the manager. I told them what was going on and that I was leaving. They tried to calm me down while the manager called the police. As I was standing there, the guy in the sweater was making his way through the store. He was pointing at me and shouting, "Hey, hey, get back here!" The manager was trying to keep me calm, and my friend told him to leave me alone and to leave the store. He had his hands up to keep pushing the guy away, but he just kept walking closer to us, pushing against my friend. Luckily, we were in an outdoor mall, so mall security arrived because the police called them to help out until they got there. I called out for the rest of the week because I was just too scared to return. My store manager called me in the middle of the week to apologize for what happened and asked me to come back, promising that I'd no longer be left alone like that. I agreed to return and asked him what happened with the guy. They literally had no idea what he wanted with me. They kept questioning him and he just wouldn't talk. I guess they arrested him for harassment and trespassing charges, and that's all they knew. Soon after, I put a transfer to the super center because I was done with potentially risking my life for a minimum wage job. As summer approached one year, I decided I needed a weekend away to clear my head and get back into the grind. I decided to take a 2-night trip, just me and my dogs, to a lake off an old logging road about 3 hours from home. It was one of my favorite spots, and I knew the woods there quite well. I packed my things, leashed the dogs, and set out early one Tuesday morning. When I got to the trailhead, the parking lot was empty. It was the middle of the week, and I was happy to be alone. There was a single deer path up a canyon, about 1,200 feet over 5 miles to get to the lake, and neither myself nor the dogs met anyone else on the trail the entire way up the mountain. I got to the lake around midday, spent the afternoon fishing as well as collecting wood and water for the coming night. The lake was pristine and quiet. Not a person in sight. I was truly alone in the wilderness aside from the dogs. I found a flat spot on the east side of the lake where the vegetation cleared, where I could set up a tent. I made a small camp about 30 yards from the trail. I would have preferred to go farther up the mountain, but it was still early in the season, and when I got to my campsite, the rest of the trail was too snow-packed to continue any further. As it was, I had to navigate over several hard-packed embankments before I got to a suitable area. The icy slush was difficult to navigate, even for the dogs, and when we had finally crushed our way over and through a few hundred yards, I made the decision we would be going no further. I set up my tent, hung my pack on a limb, and took out a fishing pole back to the direction I had come. I spent the evening catching and cooking fish at the edge of the spillway, and as the sun began to set, the dogs and I made our way back to the tent. Slipping over the wet stumps and clumsily pushing through the snow, I stumbled into camp, exhausted and ready for a fire. As I approached the site, though, I realized some things were out of place. My pack, which had been hung on a limb, was sitting neatly on the other side of the clearing about 20 feet from where I had left it. Sitting on top of it was a large eagle feather. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. The dogs began a low growl as they circled the site, but there was no one there. As I approached my tent, a stick had been used to carve an inscription into the dirt outside the entrance. I would describe it as a Native American symbol in the shape of a bird or an eagle. Uniform, symmetrical, and above all things, fresh. Someone had been here. Someone neither I nor two very distrusting dogs had seen, heard, or smelled. Someone who had left no footprints through the snow and mud. Someone who had not passed us on the trail, or whose car had been parked at the trailhead. I was very nervous. I felt the presence of being watched, but couldn't tell where from. I quickly built a huge campfire, and with dread watched as the last of the sunlight sank beyond the ridge. That night was a fever dream. Pulling the dogs into the tent with me, I clung to my knife and flashlight, praying that whatever was watching us would leave. It didn't. Throughout the night, I was periodically awakened to a variety of sounds. Yells, shrieks, the snapping of branches. The dogs would sit up, growl and bark until I would open the screen to the tent and shine my light into the forest. At one point, I had just drifted off to sleep when the dogs made a low growl and woke me up. Thinking I might have the drop on whatever this was, I slowly unzipped the tent and leaned out with my flashlight. Taking a breath, I clicked it on. Standing just 3 feet from me was a doe and her calf. I scanned across her, and an entire herd was in the sight. As my dogs lost it barking, the deer spooked and sprinted back into the forest. A crushing and trampling noise was made as several dozen deer evacuated the area. As the trampling noises faded, I heard laughter. The deep laughter of a man turned to crying as it escalated, then sobbing, and then a deep growling, much scarier than anything my dogs could make, or even a bear would produce. I held the dogs tightly. Sleep eluded me for the rest of the night, and as soon as the sun peeked into the valley, I packed up my things and left. I had never been so terrified in my life. I had a weird thing happen to me when I was in college. This was during my sophomore year of undergraduate, first semester. I lived with a roommate in the dorms that year. It was not somebody that I knew, and I had a random roommate. I had friends in college, but some of them got an apartment and I couldn't afford it, so I stayed in the dorms again. Anyways, my roommate was fine, and we became friends, but overall I never studied well in the room with him. I just felt more focused when I was all alone by myself and not in the small dorm room. One of the hall buildings on campus where I had a couple of my classes was pretty nice. There were a few places where you could study or hang out, and they were pretty comfortable. There were nice chairs and tables and things like that. And one of the areas on the second floor was my favorite spot to go and study, and I would go there pretty late at night many times. I would almost always be the only person there, and I had the whole space to myself. It was quiet, and I could focus so much better. I didn't have any distractions, and my neck didn't hurt like it would in my dorm desk. So it became a routine to go there, not every night, but several nights a week probably, and I literally never had anybody else come and study near me, until one night. Most of the time, I would not encounter anyone in my late-night study sessions. Occasionally somebody would walk by, or sometimes a maintenance person or professor would walk through the area. But one night, when I was by myself studying, This woman came up and sat in one of the chairs sort of right behind me and to my left. I noticed someone sitting down and sort of barely saw her out of the corner of my eye. I glanced over to look who it was. She appeared to be older than a typical college student, but I figured that she was still a student. She was maybe in her 30s. After sitting down, she took out a notebook, and I looked away and back to my work. She remained there and didn't really make any noise. Eventually, she got up and left after about 30 minutes. I thought nothing of it really, but the very next time I went to study, pretty much the same thing happened. That same woman came up and sat in the same spot about 30 minutes after I had got there. This time though, she didn't take out a notebook. I noticed that she appeared to just be sitting there. She was not doing anything. I felt like she was watching me, but I couldn't see from my angle. After a while, I looked over at her. When I did that time, she was not looking at me, but just kind of looking around. She wasn't studying or doing any work or reading. I didn't really know what she was doing. She remained there for a good 30 minutes or so before getting up and leaving. Now, the very next time after that, she came back again. Once more, she was not doing anything. I was confused, so I decided to get up and leave. I wasn't really annoyed, but I didn't have that much work left to do, and I just felt like leaving. When I did, the woman continued sitting there. I was curious, so as I walked past, I asked her if she had a lot of studying to do. She answered me and said, "Oh, I don't go to college." I said, "Oh, do you teach?" To that, she simply said no. Now, she was not wearing any kind of uniform or school employee clothing. I didn't really know who she was or what she was doing, but I just left at that point. I found it weird. I started to wonder if maybe this woman had a crush on me or something, but I figured that I was just boosting my ego for no reason to think that, so I went back to my dorm. The next time that I studied there though, she came back again. She sat down like usual shortly after I had arrived. This time, I was really curious as to who this woman was, and what was weird about it is it's not like I went there at the exact same time every night. I would go at random times. Usually it was between 8 or 9 p.m., but sometimes it would be 7 or even 10 o'clock. So it wasn't like the same exact time. And this woman was going there almost right after me every single time. So this time, I got really curious as to who she was, so I decided to try to have a conversation with her. A little while after she sat down, I turned around and looked at her. She was not doing anything once again. No notebook or papers, no laptop, nothing. She wasn't even on her phone. But like right after I turned around and she saw that I was looking at her, she got up. Then she turned and started walking away really fast. I said, "What?" She didn't answer, but just kept walking away. I was really confused by this strange behavior, so I studied there a little bit and then left. Now that brings us to the last time that I studied there in that building that semester. So I went back a few nights later. I was in my usual spot and studying. The woman did not come up and sit there like she had the last 5 times or so. This was the first time in a while I didn't see her. However, about an hour or so into studying, I took a short break. I just sat up in my chair and stretched. I looked around, and all the chairs in this particular area were facing the windows and the walkway was behind you. I casually turned around just looking, and it appeared to be empty behind me, but it was not. I then noticed that the same woman was there as before. She was like halfway behind a wall which went around a corner. She was literally just staring at me. It was very creepy. As soon as she noticed that I saw her, she quickly ducked back around the corner. It was so strange. I instantly packed up my stuff and left. After that, I didn't study in that building for the rest of the semester, and I never saw that woman again. I don't know who she was or what she was doing. She apparently did not go to college as she told me. It was possible that she worked at the college in some capacity, but that doesn't explain her creepy behavior. Why did she always go there and sit behind me and stare at me? Especially that last time when she was around the corner. Recently, my cousin Charlie was allowed to sleep over, which he wasn't allowed to do often, as he always had to look after his younger sisters. My parents were out late that night at a concert, so it was just me, Charlie, and my younger brother, who was 8. He stayed upstairs that night, as I made a deal with him that he could stay awake as long as he wanted, just as long as he left me and Charlie alone. So he stayed in his room all night. Charlie and I did the usual stuff, eating food, watching movies, and playing video games. At around 12:30 a.m., Charlie was fast asleep on the long sofa, as we were sleeping in the living room. Since he was taller, he got the larger sofa, leaving me with the small, uncomfortable one. After a while, I realized I wasn't getting any sleep anytime soon, so I turned the TV back on to see if there was anything to watch. The back door leading to my garden was connected to the living room. It had glass windows on it, so I could easily look outside if it wasn't dark and if I hadn't closed the blinds that covered the door. After about a half an hour of watching TV, I began to hear light taps on the back door window. I thought nothing of it, probably just the wind, I thought to myself. After a while, the tapping stopped to my relief. I turned off the TV and just lied there until I began drifting off to sleep. I was awoken by a gentle breeze. I sat up slightly, wondering where this sudden cold was coming from. To my horror, I looked over to the back door, and I began to realize that I either hadn't locked the door earlier or somebody had broken in. I don't remember if I had locked it or not. I crept over to Charlie and quietly shook him awake. After a short while, he slowly woke up and I covered his mouth so that he didn't make a noise. I let him know that I thought somebody was in the house, and we both got up and slowly tiptoed to the stairs. I began to regret not grabbing a kitchen knife or any weapon, in fact, to defend myself. First, we investigated my little brother's room. The room was only illuminated by his TV screen, and he was fast asleep. We checked the bathroom. No one was in there either, and then we walked over to my parents' room. Charlie put on the flashlight for his phone, and we walked to investigate the room. We used the flashlight to light up wherever we needed to look. However, my heart stopped as I heard the door behind us begin to creak open slowly. In a split second, Charlie and I dropped to the floor and snuck under my parents' bed. The sheets covered the bottom of the bed, so we couldn't be seen. I began to pant wildly. Charlie had put his hand over my mouth to stop me, and we both began panicking more as we heard heavy footsteps walking through the room. I couldn't control my breathing, and now neither could Charlie. We just hoped that maybe my parents would get home early or the man would leave. But he didn't. He walked closer to the bed. My heart rushed to my throat, and the footsteps stopped. Charlie peeked under the sheet that blocked our view, and he quickly got back closer to me and whispered, "He's right there." Tears began to roll down my face. I was truly scared for my life. I began to hear the floorboards creak as the man bent down on one knee. We could see his hands on the sheet, and he was ready to pull the sheet up, but for some reason, he let go. Then he walked away from the bed, and we heard him walking down the stairs. We crawled out from under the bed, and only then realized that somebody was knocking on the door. We went to look outside of my little brother's bedroom window, and we saw the blue lights of a police car flashing. We later found out that our neighbors had been smoking in their back garden when they saw somebody climbing over our back gate. Then they called the police. After a check on the premises, the police made it clear that the man was gone. I could tell that Charlie felt relieved, but I just couldn't stop thinking of what would have happened if our neighbors decided to have an early night. I used to deliver for Uber Eats sometimes. It was something that I did mostly on the weekends to earn some extra money. I would make deliveries in my car all around the city that I lived in. One night, I was working like any other. It was a little bit later though. I got a delivery, which was from a nearby local restaurant. I drove there, picked up the order, and then left. It took me just a little more than 5 minutes to reach the address where I was delivering to. It was in a pretty large neighborhood that had lots of houses in it. I parked on the side of the street in front of the house that I was supposed to deliver the food to. Then I got out of my car. When I did, I saw that it was pretty dark and quiet on this street. There weren't really any other cars driving down, and nobody else was outside. That wasn't a big surprise though at this hour. I walked up through the front yard to the front step of the house and then rang the doorbell. After I did, I looked around and noticed that a man was walking down the street a ways away. He was heading in the direction where I was. The owner of the house then answered the door, and I handed him the food. Then I turned and left to go back to my car. I walked back through the yard and then got inside of my vehicle. That's when I saw the guy who was walking down the street, approaching me in my mirror. I started my engine, and just after I did, the man stopped at my driver's window. He then knocked on it. I rolled down the window, wondering what he wanted. The man was average height, kinda skinny, and had long stringy blonde hair. He leaned in almost at my window and was kinda too close for comfort. The guy said that he needed a ride from me. I told the man no, I was working. I was just about to roll my window back up, and out of nowhere, he just punched me. It took me by surprise, and I wasn't knocked out, but it really hurt. The next thing I knew, He reached all the way in my driver's window and grabbed my car keys out of the ignition, turning the engine off. Then he took the keys. I was just recovering from the punch at this point and sort of dazed. The punch had got me in the left jaw mostly. He then opened up my driver's door. I got out on my own because I just wasn't in a mood to try to fight this guy. He already had an advantage having my keys and already landed a good punch on me. I also didn't know what else he was capable of. I just took off running in another direction. Then the guy got into my car and drove away. I did still have my cell phone with me, and of course I took it out and called the cops. I waited for them on the sidewalk, and by the time they arrived, obviously the guy was long gone. I told them everything that I could, and I got my jaw looked at. Luckily, all I needed was some ice for it. Several days later, the police located my car, abandoned on the other side of town in a mall parking lot. And several days after that, the man that stole it and punched me was apprehended. I'm really glad that my crazy experience had a good ending to the story. About 9 years ago, my family and I were living in an extended stay hotel until we found a home to move into. We had been there a while and had made quite a few friends. We learned that some people had lived there for over 10 years. One morning, my mom and I were relaxing in our night clothes while watching TV. We heard quite a bit of commotion coming from the hallway, but ignored it because noise there was common. Around 10:45 p.m., someone knocked loudly on our door. They identified themselves as police. My mom and I were taken aback. Every door had a peephole, so we cautiously looked through it, and sure enough, a policeman stood in the hallway. We opened the door just a bit. He informed us that there was a situation happening in the hotel, and that we would need to evacuate immediately. We told him that we needed to get dressed, and he urged us to hurry. We asked him what was happening, but he wouldn't tell us any details. We quickly dressed, grabbed our purses, and headed out. Everyone was fleeing the hotel in groups, some people driving away. It was chaotic, and we were nervous and afraid. There were a lot of cops outside, many cop cars lined up. We asked others if they knew what was happening. We got different stories though. Some said a possible bomb threat, while others said somebody was holding someone hostage in one of the rooms. We all headed down the street to another hotel and stood outside as tactical units and news crews showed up to the scene. We were worried as the hours ticked on and nothing was changing. We had nowhere to go and we were getting hungry, and whatever was happening wasn't resolving itself. After hour 5 of standing outside, a nice hotel neighbor drove me to McDonald's around the corner for food, while my mom contacted one of my cousins who was at work. After hour 7, my dad was back and the situation was still unchanged, as many of us were still outside. Some people went to other hotels, while others slept in their cars. We weren't allowed to go back and retrieve any of our needed items. My cousin left work and picked us up. She took us shopping for overnight supplies and we slept over at her house. We found out later through the news that a young man and woman with outstanding warrants for robbery and drug possession had been taken into custody after a 12-hour standoff with police. Apparently, they had barricaded themselves in their room and refused to come out for 12 hours. They said when they finally coaxed them out, they came out peacefully. That's great and all, but they scared the daylights out of the rest of us and inconvenienced everyone greatly. That was a crazy and scary situation because we didn't know what was happening. I'm glad it all ended well, and I'm grateful for my hotel neighbors and cousin. I'm a retired park ranger, and I worked for the National Park Service up until 3 years ago. My usual tasks involved taking people on tours along the Appalachian Trail, maintaining the forestry and the wildlife habitats that lived there. So anyways, this story goes back to the summer of 2003, when a colleague and I, who I will call Jeffrey, were sent out to try to locate an adult elk, a male named Billy, by the locals. Billy, who was usually very tame and was often found close to houses, had not been seen for over a week, which was apparently very unusual for him. So I was dropped off along the trail, while Jeffrey took the truck and drove further down, 5 miles, to try to locate Billy. We had been searching all day for Billy, and this was the last stop for the day as there were only a few hours of daylight left. I had been walking along the trail for a little over an hour when I heard a disturbance in the distance off to my left. I could hear the snapping of tree branches, so I decided to follow where the noises were coming from in the hopes that it could be Billy the elk. As I got closer, I began to smell a foul odor and instinctively knew that this was some sort of dead animal. I was right. Laying on the ground in a small opening of trees was the carcass of a large elk. I could see by the tag on one of the ears that it was Billy. However, I was immediately shocked by the condition the animal was in. Billy had been severely mutilated. I reasoned that the animal had been attacked by either a black bear or coyotes, as nothing else would tackle a fully grown adult elk. However, this seems strange because elk were usually too big for even apex predators to try to take down, but I thought that maybe a hungry pack of coyotes might if they were starving. What disturbed me further was the way in which the animal had been mutilated after death, and it was very unusual for predators to mutilate a corpse in such way. Feeling unnerved by this discovery, I radioed Jeffrey and told him that I had located the animal before giving him my approximate location. Jeffrey told me that he had wandered off the beaten track, and that it would take him around an hour to get back to where the truck was parked and drive back to my location. I was told to wait there until Jeffrey got to me. It was almost dark at this point, and I remember beginning to feel very unsettled. I had a flashlight with me and bear spray, but I still felt very vulnerable alone in the forest. After about 15 minutes or so, I heard the same noises I had heard earlier which had led me to this location in the first place. The noises were much closer now as I was off the trail. I would hear footsteps and the occasional growl of something hidden within the thick bushes straight ahead of me. Every so often I could hear slow, heavy breathing and the snapping of branches as whatever it was paced the forest floor. I began to get the feeling that I was being watched, and I worried that the coyotes, or perhaps even a bear, was now stalking me. Every so often I would wave my flashlight in the direction of the disturbance and yell to try to scare off whatever it was that was watching me. The noises persisted and the light seemed to aggravate the creature. Luckily, the animal never came any closer or revealed itself, simply pacing around in the darkness and letting out the occasional growl. Just over an hour later, the truck pulled up along the trail, and to my relief, Jeffrey was now following the flashlight to where I was standing. The arrival of another person must have spooked the harasser, as I noticed hearing the crunching of leaves now moving quickly away from me. I told Jeffrey what had happened, and he reasoned that it may have been a bear, and we probably shouldn't hang around. Together we wrapped the corpse in a cloth and managed to haul it back to the truck. Just as we were getting ready to leave, curiosity came over me, and I decided to walk over to where the sounds had been coming from only moments before. Jeffrey got out as well, and the two of us scoured the area. Behind the fallen log, we found the half-chewed leg of a dead elk, along with several discarded candy and chocolate bar wrappers and a small length of rope. Further back into the tree line, we found a pair of nitrile gloves covered in blood and human shoe prints leading away from them. We also discovered the remnants of a small fire and a comic book. This terrified me, and the realization hit me that it had been a person that had mutilated the elk, and that same person is who had been watching me from the bushes and growling. Not a day goes by that I don't think about what I saw that day, and I still struggle to comprehend what the person was doing out there in the wilderness in the middle of nowhere. How they had managed to kill the elk, and what their intentions were towards me were beyond my comprehension. I relocated from the area in 2005. I haven't been back since, and I will never walk the Appalachian Trail again. Back in the day, I delivered on Postmates for a while. Postmates is a food delivery app, if anybody doesn't know. This was in 2017 or 18, I believe. During that time, I lived right in the city and rode my bike just about everywhere. In fact, I didn't even have a car. I would also use my bike to deliver for Postmates. It was a great way to get some exercise and make some money as well. My favorite times to work were on nights and weekends, and I made pretty good money. I remember that one time I was working at night, and I got a delivery at about 10 o'clock. I don't remember exactly where it was from, but after I picked up the food, I had to ride a few blocks over to a bit of a quieter area. By now, most of the streets were pretty quiet anyways. It was a street with lots of smaller houses on both sides. I remember that I pulled into the small driveway, got off my bike with the bag of food. Then I walked up, left it on the step, and rang the doorbell. After that, I headed back to my bike and got on. When I rode back down the driveway, I saw this other guy riding a bike in the street, and the entire street was so quiet, it was strange to see. The man riding was wearing a suit and tie and sunglasses. It looked very weird. He was slowly riding towards me. After I left the driveway, I rode away, and when I turned, I went down another street. I thought that I was way ahead of the guy, but I soon heard a bike bell behind me. I looked over my shoulder and saw the guy in the suit riding a ways behind. It sort of creeped me out a little bit because it was just a really strange sight. I kept riding and went back into the city. After like 5 minutes, I happened to look back again and saw that the guy was still following me. This was so weird, and I decided to be done working and just go home. I lived in an apartment in the city about 5 more minutes away, so I started to ride there. Now I had to turn several more times, and I tried to ride my bike faster to maybe get away from the man. But after making it most of the way back, he was still there. I was so weirded out by this guy. I didn't want to stop and ask him what he was doing. I kept going, and soon I arrived at my street. There were several apartment buildings and businesses on it, but it was pretty quiet at this hour and the businesses were closed. I rode my bike right up to the front, then got off of it and quickly attached it to the bike rack. I was good at doing this fast. When I did though, I watched the man in the suit ride up. I thought he might get off of his bike or say something to me, but he didn't. He just seemed to ride past me on the street, but he looked over at me as he did. Then I turned and went inside of my apartment building. I was relieved, but still very confused by it. I went up to my place on the 3rd floor, and then went into the living room and looked out of my window. This window overlooked the street out front. When I did, I saw the same man in the suit again. He was still riding his bike and occasionally ringing the bell. I could hear it because my window was cracked open a little. I kept watching him. The guy was slowly riding his bike and just kind of going back and forth. It was like he was riding laps on the street in front of my building. I watched him for probably 15 minutes. I went away for a bit and came back, and he was still there. I closed my window and covered it and tried not to look. But sometime later, I couldn't help myself, and I looked again. This time, the man was finally gone. So he rode his bike around the street out front for about 30 minutes at least. It was really weird. I still don't know who he was or what he was doing. This happened 2 years ago at a video game convention in Germany. My sister and I, both 23 years old at the time, were cosplaying Princess Daisy and Princess Peach. Nintendo was presenting a new game and had some kind of tournament where you could play the game on stage and win some kind of medal, but you could only do this with a special ticket. My sister won a ticket and was waiting in line. At first, I was standing by her side, but the last quarter of the line was restricted to contestants, so I left her, looking for a place to take some pictures of her on stage. As I was waiting, some guy approached me and asked if he could take a photo with me, which was not unusual because of my cosplay. He was around my age and skinny. We took a few pictures and I thought that he would leave after that. Instead, he asked if I was on my own, and I told him that I was waiting for my sister. He said that he was waiting for his friends also who were about to meet him there, so he decided to wait right next to me. While we did some small talk, I noticed that the guy was standing really close to me. Because I felt uncomfortable, I tried to move away from him, but every time I put some distance between us, he would come closer again. We were standing in a crowd, and it was pretty loud in there, so after a while, I shrugged it off as him trying to better hear what I was saying, so I stopped moving. After talking for a couple of minutes, he told me about how his friends would always play Super Smash Bros. Online against each other, and invited me to join them. I politely declined his offer, but he just kept going on, telling me how much fun we were going to have. Only after around the 5th time that I said no, he finally stopped asking, and by that point, I probably wasn't that polite anymore. So we were just standing there in awkward silence, and I was really hoping that he would leave me alone now. Instead, he started looking for something in his bag, and pulled out a light blue Yoshi plush, and he was just standing there holding it. To break the silence, I asked if he bought the plush here at the event. He said no, and told me that he already bought it a few years ago, and that he takes it with him everywhere he goes. While this guy kept talking about how Yoshi was his best friend and telling me the story of his life, I got totally creeped out. I glanced over to my sister in the hopes of having an excuse to stop talking to him, but unfortunately it would still take a while before her turn to play. That was when I felt something on my shoulder, so I turned my head and saw that this creep placed his plush there, still holding onto it with one hand. Then he started to slowly rub my cheek with the Yoshi's head, and he was staring at me with this totally creepy grin on his face. I couldn't move or say anything because I was so shocked and surprised by this, that this was really the last thing I was expecting him to do. After probably a few seconds, he put the Yoshi back in his bag, told me that he just saw his friends, said goodbye, and left. For the rest of the day, I was on the lookout for that guy, but I didn't see him again. The only thing that still bothers me to this day is that the creep has some photos of me. There was an asbestos problem in my apartment, so the council paid for me to stay in a hotel until the problem was fixed. I walked into the lobby and it was about 6 p.m. and it was starting to get dark. I walked up to the desk and informed them of my booking. The staff went to find my room key, so I decided to sit down on the sofa in the lobby. This man with a black hoodie on walked into the lobby and sat down on the space next to me. He didn't say anything, he just stared at me. I got kind of creeped out by this guy and I asked, "Do you need anything?" He replied, "Nothing, it's just your eyes." I'll admit I was absolutely terrified. Luckily, at that moment, the staff returned with my key. I was walking down to my room and I turned behind me to see the man from earlier following me. Stupidly, I called out, "Hey, you're the guy from earlier. Where are you headed?" He replied, "Room 58, which was my room number. I told him that was my room and I think he had made a mistake, but he didn't reply. I hurriedly inserted my rusty key into the lock and turned it, and as I turned around to shut the door, I caught sight of the man just standing outside of my door staring at me with a completely static face. I unpacked and laid in bed watching TV. I was thinking that even if somebody was stalking me, how could they get in, and why would they even try? Basically, I was making up lies in my head to make myself feel better. After 3 hours or so, I decided to hit the light and go to sleep. I woke up around midnight to the sound of someone trying to open my door, not slamming into it, but inserting something into the keyhole and trying to fiddle with it so the lock would turn. I walked up near the door and said in a fairly loud and aggressive voice, "It's late, can you please leave?" I heard them stop trying to open the door, and then the voice of the man from earlier said, "But I want to say goodnight." I freaked out and called the reception of the hotel. I told them what was happening and asked them to have someone come and remove the man from the hotel or to call the cops. After I finished the call, I heard the man talking and he said through the door, "Why would you kick your best friend out?" He was obviously trying to creep me out, and it was working, so I finally replied, "Leave me alone, I have a gun." I then heard the man run away, but I also heard the voices of the hotel staff saying, "Sir, you need to leave the premises now." To this day, I still do not know what would have happened to me if the man had managed to get in. Last summer, my friend invited me and my 2 cousins to spend the night on a small island in the middle of a lake for his birthday. We got there around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. The weather was decent, warm and a little breezy. We set up our tents and walked around the island a bit. It wasn't very big, just a couple of trees, some thick brush, and a small patch around the edge. As we settled in, we went tubing for a bit and just hung out. Around 5 p.m. we decided to go fishing. We didn't catch anything, and we soon noticed that the sky was starting to darken. A storm was rolling in fast, and we had to head back to shore. The wind had picked up, and the trees were swaying hard by the time we made it back. We got a fire going just before the rain hit and cooked some supper. Around 20 minutes after we ate, the storm fully hit. We were in the tent for a few hours, had some snacks, and played a few card games. At midnight, all of us were awake still as we had trouble falling asleep in the tent. I said something like, "Let's go fishing for a bit," since the storm was over, and everybody agreed, so we walked down to the boat. We fished for about a half an hour and didn't get any bites. The lake was calm again. We just sat there talking for a while, and the time passed without us really noticing. It must have been around 2:30 a.m. or so when we decided to head back to the tent. But when we got there, none of us could fall asleep still. At around 3 a.m., I said something like, "The boat was more comfortable than this tent," and the others agreed, so we decided to go and sleep on the boat. We were walking back down the path towards the water. When we got closer to the boat, I suddenly saw someone, a figure shaped like a man walking towards our boat from the other side of the island. I froze and whispered, "Stop." Everybody stopped. We just stood there frozen, watching the man. He walked up and checked out our boat for a little while. We had no idea how this man got on the island. He could have canoed in silently, or maybe he missed a boat approaching the island when we were out fishing. The weirdest part was after he examined our boat for a few seconds, he slid into the water next to it and hid behind the dock, it appeared. It was hard to tell if he was sitting there right near our boat in the water or if he had swum away, but we weren't taking any chances. We turned around and went back to the tent without saying a word. Nobody slept for the rest of the night, and we stayed alert waiting for any sounds or signs of the strange man. In the morning, the first thing we did was go and check the boat. Nothing was missing. The fishing poles were messed up, tangled in weird ways, but that was the only sign that somebody had been there. We had set them carefully after the last time we fished that night, so we knew they weren't like that before. We searched the whole island and didn't see anyone. It's small enough that if somebody had come ashore or was hiding, we most likely would have seen them unless they hid in the water again or something. We even checked around under the boat and dock, and nobody was around. Everyone saw the man and all described the same thing. A dark figure walking onto our boat and then slipping into the water next to it to hide. It's been over a year now, and I still think about it. I keep wondering what would have happened if we got onto the boat just a little earlier. Maybe nothing, or maybe something bad. We still don't know who or what we saw there, but we've never gone back to that island, and I don't think we ever will. My senior year in college, I lived in this old house. I had 3 roommates living with me, and we were all friends since freshman year. We all had our own rooms in the house, and they were all on the 2nd floor. Mine was right across from Olivia's, and it was the closest to the stairs. A few months into the school year, and some strange things started happening. We started getting random knocks on the front door, or even the windows. The first time it happened, it was late at night, and a few of us were hanging out in the living room when there was a knock on the front door. We went over to look and see who was there, but when we got there, nobody was outside. We thought maybe it was a prank, or somebody was at the wrong house. A few nights later, though, it happened again. Once more, nobody was there. Then, when I was gone one time, the other girls told me that somebody had knocked on a back window, but whoever it was had ran away before they could see who did it. Another time, not long after this, we heard somebody running through the bushes of our front yard. It seemed as though somebody was prowling around our house at night. It would only happen at night, but we didn't know who. We knew our neighbors next door on both sides, as well as across the street. We had only met the neighbors to our left, and had seen the others around, but none of them seemed like they would do something like this. But then again, it could have been anybody. It wasn't really something that anyone in our friend groups would probably do either, so we just basically hoped that whoever was doing it would stop. And for a few days, maybe a week, they did. We were all starting to forget about it. But then, one night, I arrived home very late. I had an on-campus job working at some of the sporting events. The game had gone late, and so I didn't get back home until around midnight. During the 5-minute drive home, everything was fine. When I finally got back, all my roommates had gone to sleep already. The lights in the house were all off, and it was completely quiet. I was tired, but also very hungry from being at work for a long time. So I went upstairs, took a shower and changed, and then went back downstairs into the kitchen. I was cooking some ramen when I heard what sounded like somebody trying to open our front door. The door was locked and it was not in my view. They tried just that one time, and I walked over to the front door to see who was there, but by the time I got there, they were gone. I figured this was probably the same person who was always messing with us. I looked around through the front window for a short time. After not seeing anybody still, I went back to the kitchen and resumed cooking. However, only about 2 or 3 minutes later, I heard something outside. The kitchen was at the back part of the house and had a couple of windows overlooking the backyard. I couldn't really see anything though because it was so dark. There were also bushes right next to the window as well. It seemed as though somebody was walking through the bushes. As I looked out of the window, I soon saw the silhouette of a man walking through the backyard. It was too dark to see any details about him, but he was walking towards the back door, and I realized that he would probably try it. Thankfully, it was locked. I stopped cooking and ran out of the room. As I did, I heard him try the doorknob. I decided to call the cops then. I went into the living room and dialed 911. I told them that somebody was trying to break into our house. Then I went upstairs and waited. When the police got there, unfortunately the man was gone. Thankfully he didn't get inside though. And surprisingly to me, after that night we never had any more problems with him again. Maybe he saw that we had called the police somehow. Either way, I'm glad that he stopped prowling around out there. This story takes place back in the late 90s when my uncle was attending college at Sacramento State University at the time. During his time there, he would often walk around the campus to get his steps in for the day. Other days he would sit underneath a tree or on tables at the outdoor dining area to chat with his friends or finish up his schoolwork. One day while he was sitting under a tree doing his schoolwork is when this happened. My uncle was minding his own business when he saw somebody walking towards him in his peripheral vision. He didn't think much of it at first, as he thought it was someone just walking past. He then noticed that the person was much closer to him, being about 15 feet away. He heard a woman's voice say hello to him, which he turned around to see who it was. To this day, he says when he looked at her, she was probably one of the most drop-dead gorgeous ladies he's ever seen. He describes her with vibrant blue eyes, long flowing blonde hair, wore a dark green dress, and overall had a siren-like beauty to her. He continued staring at her in awe and confusion for a moment until he found his voice. He soon asked her if she needed help with anything, to which she replied by saying yes, and she wanted to chat with him. With my uncle being single at the time, he saw no harm in talking to some girl. He did, however, feel like something was off about her, but he couldn't exactly tell what it was. He decided to talk with her, but to be cautious about it. He asked the lady for her name, and she replied that it was Kelly. My uncle also asked Kelly what she wanted to talk about, and she replied that she thought he was cute and wanted to hang out with him if he didn't mind. My uncle nervously agreed, and they began to talk with each other. He said that surprisingly, they had pretty good chemistry and shared a lot in common when they hung out together that day. Kelly asked my uncle if he wanted to hang out with her again, to which he responded with a yes. My uncle asked her if it would be alright if they hung out at the mall, and she happily agreed. Kelly hugged him and said that she couldn't wait to hang out with him again. Fast forward a few days later, and my uncle went to the mall and saw that Kelly was waiting for him there. They spent a few hours at the mall, and everything went over smoothly with no problems. My uncle and Kelly continued to hang out with no problems until the third week. During one of the times when they were together, Kelly asked him if he would be interested in wanting to join a special underground club that she was in. My uncle asked her what it was about and where it was located at. Kelly explained to him that it was a friendship club about getting closer with your friends and building a deeper bond through fun activities. My uncle asked what activities, and she didn't want to tell him as it would ruin the surprise she had for him. He asked her when the club meeting would be happening, and she responded by saying a few days from now. She also gave him the address. My uncle had looked up the address that night when he got home, and he saw that it was a sketchy part of downtown. He really liked Kelly though, so he decided that he would show up for her. Fast forward to the day of the club meeting, and my uncle made his way to the downtown area. He found the place where the meeting was supposed to be held, but he immediately got a bad vibe from it. The address had led him to an old decrepit rundown building that looked like it hadn't been used in years. He knocked on the door, and a man wearing a dark blue robe answered it. My uncle said that he was there for the meeting and asked if Kelly was there. The man gave him an odd look, studied him, and then told him to come in and that Kelly would be there soon. Upon entering the building, my uncle said that it was rather nice on the inside and it was dimly lit in there. He said that there were these weird lights on the wall and there were 5 people in the room wearing the same dark blue robes. My uncle looked ahead and noticed a long corridor with a row of weird lamps on both sides. The corridor seemed to stretch on for quite a bit until he noticed that it went down. The robed man told my uncle to follow him and that the meeting would start soon once everything was settled. The robed man then led him to the end of the corridor, which led down a short flight of stairs. At the bottom of the stairs, there was a small path that led to an old wooden door. The path that led to the door was practically pitch black. My uncle had contemplated about turning around and walking away, but something told him not to, most likely the thought of Kelly being disappointed if he left. They went downstairs and through the door, which led to another corridor with the same weird lamps. My uncle remembered how this corridor had so many doors along with so many turns that he was sure he was walking through a maze of some sort. They both stopped at one of the doors, which the man had opened, and told my uncle to step in. My uncle peeked his head in the room, and he felt his heart skip a beat when he saw what was in there. He said the room was empty except for an old wooden chair sitting dead center of the room, along with a couple of single light bulbs hanging from the ceiling that barely lit up the room. The robed man told my uncle to have a seat and to wait there for about 10 to 15 minutes. Then someone would come in and get him, and Kelly would also be arriving at the same time as well. My uncle reluctantly stepped in and went to sit on the chair. The door closed. My uncle had gotten up from the chair and decided to explore the room to see if he could find anything. He was looking around until he noticed something on one of the walls. He looked and thought that it was either some random stain or drawing until he realized it wasn't. As he got closer to it, he saw that somebody had painted something on the wall with black paint. He looked at it a little more carefully this time and felt his blood run cold when he saw what it was. On one of the walls was a pentagram symbol that somebody had made with what appeared to be some dried blood marks as well. At that point, my uncle had seen enough and decided to get out of there immediately. My uncle opened the door carefully and as quietly as he could and began to quickly make his way out of there. While navigating the corridors, he heard some very loud and frantic pounding from one of the doors. He stopped momentarily to see what it was and if anybody needed help there, but there was no yelling, screaming, or cries for help. He wanted to investigate, but his instincts told him to ignore it and get out of there. He eventually found the door, went through it, and went up the stairs and sprinted outside. Oddly enough, the 5 other robed men that he saw earlier were not there, so he was relieved that he didn't have to deal with them, since he didn't know what he would have done at that moment. He left the building and went back home. During the rest of his time at college, he never saw or heard of Kelly again, or whatever her real name was. My uncle never called the cops and regrets it, as he'll never know if they got caught or who those people really were or what they were going to do to him. My uncle firmly believes that he was either going to be initiated or sacrificed by some evil cult. He believes that Kelly was used to lure him in and to gain trust, and to lower his guard. After that experience, he didn't go downtown for a very long time afterwards out of fear of being spotted by one of the cult members. My uncle is forever grateful that he was fortunate enough to escape, as he doesn't know what would have happened if he was stuck around in that room. Ever since I was a kid, I would work for this old woman who lived down the road from me. I worked there for so long it got to the point where I could just walk in, ask her for the car, and ride off with it. I did a lot of dog sitting for her because she liked to take long gambling trips out to Vegas and other places out there. By this point, I had been taking care of the dog for a while, and I had the routine down like the back of my hand. Wake up at 6, go down and let him out, feed him, give him his shot, and go home. I did that twice every day for about 2 weeks when I started to notice some weird stuff. Car keys were not where I left them, food cans moved, and little things like that. I just played it off as me being forgetful until one night I was late getting back into town to take care of the dog. I came racing into the driveway and ran to the front door to find that it was propped open just a crack. That already put me on edge, and I slowly entered the house and immediately knew the dog was gone. The only reason I knew right away was because he was blind and barked at the slightest sound. I could also feel a cold breeze coming in, and I went back out and grabbed my deer rifle out of my truck, and I did a room-by-room search of the place. Nobody was inside, but the big glass sliding door that I had never opened once in my years of dog sitting there was wide open, and big boot tracks were in the snow. Luckily, the sheriff picked up the dog, and I was able to get him back that same night. So the next night, me and a friend of mine stayed in the house after taking care of the dog for the night. Both of us sitting in the pitch black, armed with our double-barrel hunting rifle and a crossbow. We waited until right around 12:30 a.m., when we heard what sounded like big feet stomping up the stairs to the front door. Then we saw the door open, and there was a man just standing there. There was a night light right by the front door, so we could see someone standing there, but we couldn't make out his face or anything about him other than that it was a big dude. So he was standing there, and I finally mustered up the courage to scream, "Get out of here before I start shooting." He just stood there and stared at us for a few moments, and then backed away and walked into the woods. I called the owner to inform her of what happened. It turned out the guy was known locally. He was a bad guy who would frequently sneak into people's property and take pictures of their animals to make it seem like they were being abused. I changed the locks on the house and took the dog home with me until the woman came home. I didn't sleep well for a long time after that day, until one day this past winter at lunch, me and a different friend were driving down to the grocery store and saw an ambulance and multiple police cars. I came to find out that the guy who we confronted that night was walking on the sidewalk when a passing truck driver had a heart attack and veered off the road and hit him. Both men passed away that day, and while the loss of the driver was sad, the whole town, including myself, slept a little easier knowing that the other crazy man was gone. I don't know how he wasn't in prison for breaking into people's houses. I think he had served some jail time but was free somehow. When I was about 12 or 13, I used to play a lot of video games with my best friend, and we often played shooter games together. As you can imagine, it's easy to get frustrated, and at one point, I ended up breaking my PlayStation controller. Since I didn't have a spare and couldn't continue playing, I told my friend that I had to stop. He said I could come over and borrow his second controller since he didn't live far away, just a short walk. I said all right and told him that I would be over soon. So I grabbed my keys and started walking to his house. It was already dark, and since it was winter, it was snowing and very foggy. While walking, I had a strange feeling, like I was being watched. I kept looking around, but didn't see anyone. When I arrived at my friend's place and picked up the controller, I saw through a window that a man was standing in the middle of the street. I pointed it out to my friend, and we both wondered who it was and why he was standing there. It looked like a person, but we couldn't make out any details, just a silhouette. Eventually, we decided to go outside and see if the person needed help or if something was wrong. We stepped out and asked what was going on, but there was no response. The person just stared at us and then walked away. We were both confused and told his parents, but they just brushed it off, thinking we were imagining things because we play too many video games. After a while of hanging out, I figured it was time to head home, since there was plenty of night left and we wanted to game together more still. I almost forgot about the strange encounter, but when I was walking back, I started to feel that same eerie sensation of being watched. I saw a few people on walks with dogs, but they all seemed normal, nothing strange. But just before I got home, I looked behind me one last time, and I saw that person again, this time standing behind a tree, staring at me. Then they started walking towards me, and eventually they began running. I could tell that it was an older man, probably around 60, but I was surprised at how fast he was running. He was shouting something in a language I didn't understand, and he didn't seem happy. I ran for my life, clutching my keys, and tried to unlock the front door as fast as possible. When I got inside, I quickly glanced back, but the man was gone. I rushed to my room and immediately got on the game and told my friend about what had just happened. He suggested I call the police, which I did. But since my description wasn't very detailed, the police took a report, but didn't seem to take it too seriously. My parents were visibly shocked when I told them later, but nothing ever came of it. In my village, 4 other people reported similar experiences, saying that someone was watching them or following them. No one was ever caught by the police. To this day, no one knows who this man is, whether he's just trying to scare people or if it's something more sinister. Nobody knows for sure, but everyone agrees that it seems to be a man around 60 years old. Beyond that, nobody can give a detailed description. I currently work the overnight shift for a major brand hotel. Like any job I've had, most of the people I deal with are pretty normal and nice. Being the overnight shift, I get my fair share of weirdos too, of course. Although most of the weirdos don't make me nervous, and I don't have to consider calling the police. If you have a working credit card and an ID, and don't seem like you'll be a problem, I'll rent a room to you. I'm only mentioning this to highlight that it's rare for me to turn people away when we have availability. One night at 3 a.m., I had a walk-in guest who was an exception to both of these things. I saw this guy come in on camera, so I went out to the front desk to greet him. Right away, I noticed he had the craziest eyes I've ever seen in my life. This guy was staring at me in a way I cannot possibly describe. I'm sure he didn't even blink. He gave me a bad feeling. As he approached with his crazy eyes, he said, "Why are you so nervous? Why is everyone so nervous? What's going on?" At that point, my guard was way up, but I was still willing to rent him a room. I said, "No one is nervous," and asked him if he needed a room. I asked him for his ID and credit card, and he hesitated in a way that made me think he was going to pull a weapon out. Right away, I turned around and retreated to the back office and closed the door. I observed him in the camera for maybe a minute and decided to go out again. He handed me the ID and credit card, and as I was putting his reservation in, he pointed at the table behind me and said, "Who designed that?" I instantly knew he just wanted me to turn around and look at the table so I would turn my back on him. Without glancing away, I told him to leave, and then he pointed to a cop badge in his wallet and said something like, "Did you see this? Are you okay? Everything is okay here." He was acting fake concerned that I was possibly being victimized by someone else at the hotel. I assumed the badge was fake, but I didn't care either way, and I told him he had to leave. I noticed while he was standing there that he had urinated himself as well. I went into the back office again and watched him on camera. He walked out slowly, said something to our guest that was sitting in the lobby, and then kind of lingered in the parking lot for a minute. That's when I called the police because he had already made me so nervous. After he left the hotel, he went to the hotel across the street and drove through their lot. He looped around again and drove past our building real slow, looking in. My guest and I were nervous, and the guest suggested that he might come back with a weapon. So the guest waited for his ride in a separate location. Luckily, that's the climax of the story. The cops came within 5 minutes and he was arrested across the street for DUI. Turns out the guy actually was a retired police chief, confirmed by me after finding a couple of articles online linked to him. I told everyone at work to be on the lookout for him. I went to college in a big city and had 9 friends in my closest circle. We would hang out almost every day and just live our best lives. During our junior year, we had planned a boy-only weekend retreat at one of our buddies' farms about 2 hours from the city in the country. His dad owned about 200 acres and had a large chicken coop and a farmhouse with a pool. We were all excited. We had no idea that excitement would soon turn into something else that would remain with us for the rest of our lives. That Friday, we all packed our backpacks and left for the country on our motorcycles. All of us rode back then. We got to the farm and the party started. The first and second day went by. All fun until about 11 p.m. that Saturday. My buddy's dad that owns the farm called him on the landline and told him that one of their uncles had died in a small town about 2 more hours away. His dad was close with the deceased and wanted to check with us if we could go there and help the old lady that had just been widowed as she was alone. We all decided to ride there and help out. We left the farm around 11:30 p.m. and rode for 2 hours through country roads, some tar roads and some dirt roads as well. When we got close to the town, there was not a single person on the roads, just us 9 people on 9 motorcycles. The only lights on the road were from our vehicles. We pulled over on the side of the road to look for directions. Mind you, there were no iPhones or Google Maps back then. It was just good old-fashioned printed maps. After about 20 minutes of scratching our heads on where to go, we saw a light from a car in the distance. One of my friends flagged down the car as it came closer to ask where the town was. It turned out he was a resident of the town, so we decided to follow the car. It was already about 2 a.m. The guy in the car told us, "If any one of you are smokers, I recommend lighting a cigarette when we hit the dirt road." I asked him why, and he replied, "So the witches don't snatch you." I thought it was a bad attempt at humor given the hour. We started following him and we hit a wooded area with a thin dirt road. These woods were different. It was the summer, but these woods didn't have any leaves on the trees. As soon as we got deep into the woods, the guy in the car rolled down his window and he lit a cigarette. That's when I felt it, that eerie feeling deep inside my heart. I rode next to one of my friends who smoked and asked him to light his cigarette too. He laughed it off. I asked him to stop for a second and bummed a cigarette and lit it up myself. Now my helmet was off, I was puffing smoke, and the woods had this different type of silence. I got about halfway through my cigarette and that's when I heard it. A laugh. A scary, bone-chilling, heart-dropping cackle. I asked 2 of my friends who were riding next to me if they had heard it, and they confirmed it. I had not heard anything like that in my life. We rode close to each other for what seemed like an eternity, but it was only 15 minutes longer. When we got to the house, we thanked the guy and the car drove off. As we parked, we all looked at each other with the same question in our eyes. All 9 of us heard that laugh from atop the trees. It was not one cackle, but at least 5 times. Anyways, we knocked on the widow's door and she let us in. The poor lady was in shambles. We helped her out the entire next day and left before sunset. Right before we left her house, we were talking, and I brought up the nice man who had shown us where to go, how to get to her house. It was a small town, so she had me describe the car he drove and what he looked like, so that she could thank him later if she saw him. After some questioning back and forth, we discovered that the man who had helped us through the woods to the town was the widow's dead husband. He drove the same car and looked just like him when she showed us photographs. Possibly it was a very weird coincidence, but it was very strange. That night and that laugh has been etched in our memories forever. When we got back to the city after a few days, I asked my buddy's dad about the woods and the witch story. He told us that legend has it that a witch lives in those woods and snatches men who happen to be in the woods. She's afraid of fire, and that's why people light a cigarette when they drive through there at night. He thought it was all tales that the country folks made up. We've never told him the experience that we had firsthand that night. Around a year ago, this girl at my work expressed she had feelings for me. I was planning on moving away for the school term, and I said now wasn't the best time for me as I was moving soon. She understood, took it well, and honestly, things really weren't that awkward at work. Fast forward a little bit now. I started noticing that she would always be at work when I was, and later heard from 2 coworkers that she was purposely picking up shifts, coming into work early, or even coming to buy something specifically to see me. I didn't think much of it, as that's not solid enough reasons to report someone, and I didn't think it was weird yet. However, the time I started getting weirded out by her was when she would finish her shift and sit in the parking lot for an hour, but would leave when I did, or she would move her car next to mine while on her break. She would get an iced coffee when I was working, and then would sit in the parking lot drinking it for around 30 minutes to an hour. I also started to notice a serious repeat of when I was working, she would either pick up a shift while I was there or come by. Regardless, I was starting to get the suspicion that she knew my schedule, because sometimes I'd work at a different McDonald's in town, and she would coincidentally come by during my shift. When I started putting things together, I started keeping my distance from her at work, which resulted in her texting me, asking if she had done something wrong. Because I didn't respond within the first 2 hours of her text, she started sending more messages, saying that she was going to block me because I hadn't responded yet. I told her that I had a suspicion that all those coincidences from earlier at work were her plan to see me. She denied it, of course, but I had no reason not to believe her. I told her that as long as we were just friends, I was fine with that, but I made it clear that I didn't want anything more ever. More time had passed by, and I had now gone to school for the year, and I was back at McDonald's for the summer, but this time only on weekends and Fridays. But even on my first day back, she started doing the same stuff as before. I tried being cold to her at work, hoping that she'd lose interest, but she kept doing everything she did. All this has been going on for a year, and I never thought to report it to management because she hasn't done anything too extreme. Until recently. I had a coworker tell me that she asked a manager for my address and they gave it to her. Why that would happen, I don't know. Although the address I have on file is outdated, we only moved a bit further down the street, and she knows which car is mine, so she would be able to find it still. I didn't know how to feel about that when I heard it. While I was on a walk, I noticed her car coming off my street. Then, a week later, after I was leaving my shift, I want to say she got done a bit before me or at around the same time. As I was driving home from work, about to turn onto my street, I noticed her car was behind me. I confronted her about it one day after work, not before telling a manager about her driving to my house and everything else that happened. She denied it again and said that she was trying to find a different job because of my attitude towards her. I made 2 jokes at her expense, hoping she'd lose interest and avoid talking, but if that's what she's referring to, I think she's trying to find a way to turn this around on me. During my sophomore year of college, I was living in a dorm building. My room was on the 3rd floor out of 4, and I had a roommate who I lived with. One night, I had math homework and I was having a difficult time with it. At around 11 o'clock p.m., my roommate got ready for bed. I had to finish though, so I decided to go down into the basement to do so. In our dorm building, it was a pretty average setup. Each floor was just a long hallway with rooms on both sides, but the entire basement was not rooms. It had a study area and also a lounge space and a kitchen as well. There were desks, chairs, a few couches, and a TV. I went down there to do my homework so as to not disturb my roommate. Like I mentioned before, it was late, so pretty much everybody had gone to bed in the dorm building. The hallways were quiet. When I got down to the main floor, I was passing by the front area to go to the basement stairs. As I walked by the lobby, I overheard the sound of somebody banging on the door. It was coming from the small entrance area. Past the lobby was the small room between the locked doors and the first entrance doors to the dorm building out front. I walked over there, curious as to who was banging on the doors at this hour. They were banging rather loud as well. When I got there, I could not see anyone through the small window that was next to the door, but not the entire entrance area was in view, just right in front of the door and a little bit to the side. I decided to open the door. I don't know why. I guess I was just curious. When I did, suddenly this guy came out from next to the door. It was like he was hiding to the side of it. He walked right up and then said, "Thanks," and then walked right past me. It happened so fast I didn't even know how to react. I didn't mean to let him in. He just walked right up. I said nothing and watched as the man walked right into the lobby and then into a hallway. He looked a little bit older and I didn't recognize him. but I figured and hoped that he lived there and just forgot his key or something. The man was slightly short and had long dark hair, but he was kind of in a bun. So I went downstairs to the basement to finish my homework. Nobody else was down there, so I had the whole place to myself, and I was there for maybe an hour trying to somehow finish my work. Eventually, I was able to. After that, I walked back upstairs to go to my floor. As soon as I arrived on the 3rd floor, I saw down the hallway one person. It was the same guy who I had led into the building accidentally, and it looked like he was trying to open a door to a random room. When I started walking, he saw me, and then he turned and quickly started walking the other way, but then stopped. He had taken like 3 steps and then froze in his tracks. He then turned around and started walking towards me. I was just normally walking to my room. When the guy got a little bit closer, he said that he had somehow locked himself out of his room. Somehow, I just didn't believe him. I had never seen him on our floor or in our building before, and his behavior was beyond sketchy. I asked him if his roommate was awake. He said no, his roommate was out of town. I told him to call campus safety, and he said, "No, I'm good." This seemed odd, because that seemed like the only answer to me. Campus safety had the ability to unlock doors and stuff like that. All he would have to do is show his ID, and they would be able to look him up and get him back into his room. But that's only if he actually was a student there. I started to explain to him how it would work, and they would be able to let him in. He nodded his head, but then interrupted me and said that he was good. I then said, "No, it's okay, I'll call them for you." At that point, it looked like he got nervous. He said, "Nah, I'm gonna try something else." Then he started walking away and left the floor to go into the stairwell. After he had gone off the floor, I decided to see where he went. I walked downstairs and then to the 2nd floor. When I got there, I saw the guy walking down the hallway. He looked over his shoulder, saw me, and then walked even faster. He got to the end of the stairs on the other side, so I went down another level to the 1st floor. I secretly looked around the corner from the stairwell to the hallway. I saw the guy very quickly walking down this hallway to the lobby, and then he left. I was glad to see him gone. I'm 99% sure that the guy didn't even go to our school. I'm not sure what he was trying to do, but it was very sketchy. After that night, I never saw him again. When I was in high school, I worked for a sandwich shop in my city. It was my very first job I ever had, and I was just 16 years old. Mostly, I would help out by sweeping the floors and things like that, but I also did the deliveries. I had a newer car that was my parents', but they let me drive it, so it was very reliable. I would make deliveries for the sandwich shop, which didn't come in all that often. We'd maybe get like 1 delivery order an hour or so, if that. It was much more common for people to just come in and get the sandwiches or pick them up. But one night, when things were pretty quiet, we got a delivery order at like 10 p.m. The sandwich was made, and then I got it and headed out to make the delivery. I got into my car and put in the address. I remembered that it was about 10 minutes away. I knew the area decent, but not all that well, because I was still a pretty new driver. This was a neighborhood that I had never been to before. It was an apartment complex that looked kind of old and run down. I parked on the side of the street and walked over to it. The apartments opened up to the outside, and I looked at the unit numbers. I followed them until I got to the one that I was delivering to. It was on the far end and a ways away from where I parked. Here, things were very quiet, and I rang the doorbell next to the door. When I did, nothing happened for a while. I figured that maybe the doorbell was broken or something, so I then knocked on the door. A little bit of time went by, with still no answer. Then, suddenly, the door swung open, but nobody was there. Whoever opened the door must have been behind it the entire time, and then went around the corner after opening. I really didn't know what was going on. I looked inside, and it was very dark. There appeared to be a kitchen right inside, but I could hardly see anything. Not a single light seemed to be on inside. There was no way that I was going in there. I announced that the sandwich delivery was here. Nobody responded to me though. After not hearing or seeing anything for probably another minute, I walked closer. I just took like 1 step into the kitchen. I looked around, still seeing nothing. and then asked if anybody was there. Still, there was no answer. I also didn't hear or see anything. But then, out of nowhere, I heard a really creepy laugh coming from inside. It sounded like a deliberately creepy laugh. I couldn't tell where it was coming from. I backed away, feeling really creeped out. I kept standing there, not really knowing what to do. Then I heard more of the laughing. It was just so creepy sounding. And then I finally heard someone speak. A deep voice said, "Come in." The voice sounded like it was fake, like it was put through a voice changer to be really deep. That's what really freaked me out. I just set the sandwich on the ground in front of the doorway and then ran all the way back to my car. I drove back to the restaurant and paid for the sandwich with my own money. I didn't want to tell my boss about what happened. Looking back, he probably would have been fine with it and understood because he was a really nice guy. But I was too embarrassed to admit that I was just scared off. I mean, I never saw anyone and I wasn't threatened or anything. I was just really freaked out and I was young. That was my scariest experience working there. I always hated going camping. My parents had sent me to summer camp every year in Colorado, which involved at least one camping trip into the woods. When I turned 16 and became a camp counselor in training, however, my distaste for the whole experience briefly changed. At that age, we were only a few years older than the oldest campers, but we were given considerable leeway in what we were allowed to do. Most nights we would have to stay in the cabin with our campers, but it was rumored that the camping trip was a time where the counselors in training would get drunk, smoke weed, and hook up with each other after everyone else went to sleep. What I didn't know, however, was that the events of that camping trip would dissuade me from ever going camping in the woods again. Altogether, there were around 30 people on the trip. There were 4 counselors in training, 4 counselors, and around 20 or so boys and girls between the ages of 13 and 14. We were walking in a single-file line down the various trails, and you could hardly hear any sounds of nature over the conversations and laughter of the campers. Several hours went by, and we made our way through a dense marshy area and up a steep incline populated with evergreens and aspens. I wasn't the most athletic kid, so it was around this point that I found myself at the back of the line with one of the other counselors in training, Jordan, as well as 2 campers who were also struggling to keep up. The 4 of us started chatting, and in our distracted state, we began to fall more behind the rest of the campers until the last of them faded out of view around a bend about 50 feet up the way. Unconcerned, we kept walking at the same slow pace, but after 30 minutes or so, the trail started to level off, and I began to feel increasingly anxious. Not only had the rest of the group disappeared ahead of us, but we had entered a stretch of completely dead evergreens, half of which looked scorched by a wildfire, and the other half appeared to have been killed by a disease. The eeriness of the landscape was punctuated by a small cabin sitting in the middle of the scorched forest, but seemingly untouched by the fire that must have spread through the area. We were a little bit spooked by the scene, and one of the campers screamed when a twig broke behind us. Jordan and I started laughing a bit, but we quickly stopped when we turned and looked at where the sound had come from. Not 20 feet behind us was a haggard-looking man with a messy nest of black hair and a long black beard, slowly making his way up the trail with eyes locked on us. He didn't appear to have any hiking supplies on him, and we had no idea how long he had been walking behind us. Being young, we were naturally pretty freaked out, but Jordan managed to give the guy a slight wave before saying to the rest of us that we should catch up with the group. As we turned to continue our way up the path, the man mumbled a question that was hard to hear, and I was shocked when Jordan turned around to ask the man to repeat himself. The man muttered again slightly louder, "Going camping?" Jordan answered the man that yes, we were going camping. The man smiled slightly before stating in a creepy and ominous voice, "Better be careful." We nodded and gave a half-hearted thank you before continuing to try to find the rest of the group, this time with a much faster pace. Although the man had been walking up the same trail as us when we saw him, he didn't continue, but instead just stood there in the middle of the trail. He watched us as we made our way up the winding path and disappeared from his view. Finally, we managed to catch up with the rest of the group who had been waiting for us, and we told the adult counselors about our interaction with the man. They just shrugged it off, telling us that the guy probably lived in that cabin and just wanted to know what we were doing near his property. Still, I felt unnerved by the encounter, and when we finally arrived at the campsite, I couldn't shake the feeling that the man had somehow followed us. Eventually, though, I put it out of my mind and managed to enjoy myself a bit. Everyone else had gone to bed, and Jordan and the other counselor in training from the boys' cabin had brought alcohol they had stolen from the counselor's quarters. I took out a joint I had stashed away for this exact occasion. To avoid getting in trouble, we decided to hike out into the woods a bit to smoke the joint, and we made our way to the edge of the river where we had washed our pots and pans earlier in the day. The spot was eerily silent, and the thought of the man from earlier kept popping into my head. Assuming that I was cold, not anxious, Jordan gave me his blue hoodie, and this prompted one of the other girls to suggest that we switch tents for the night. This was so that I could sleep in the same tent with him, and she could sleep in the same tent as the other boy. I had absolutely no problem with this, and after smoking the joint, we made our way back to our tents, which were pitched slightly away from the others, and we discreetly sipped on the alcohol while telling scary camping stories. Some time passed, and one of the boys was in the middle of telling a rather muddled story that he was clearly making up on the spot, when he suddenly stopped. In the silence, we could hear what sounded like footsteps crunching pine needles about 40 feet away, near one of the other campers' tents. As we strained to listen to what was going on, the noises stopped, and we assumed that it was just one of the campers getting up to go to the bathroom. Even so, being stoned and hopped up from the scary stories, we decided to call it a night and go hide in our tents. Jordan followed suit, and we awkwardly made out before eventually going to sleep. I don't know what time it was, but it must have been quite late, when I suddenly woke up to the distinct sounds of footsteps walking around near my tent. Shot with adrenaline, I tried to lay as still as possible and quiet my breathing. From the sound, it was apparent that somebody was less than 3 feet away from the front of my tent, seemingly pacing back and forth. I turned to wake up Jordan, but I was immediately put at ease when I saw that he wasn't next to me. Assuming Jordan was the one I had been hearing, I closed my eyes, and I was just beginning to drift back to sleep when I heard the tent unzip. I felt Jordan lie down next to me, and after a few moments he put his arms around me and began to spoon me. After nearly drifting off to sleep again, I realized that I had to go to the bathroom, and I muttered something about having to go pee before beginning to unzip my sleeping bag. Seemingly annoyed by the noise, Jordan lazily turned over, pulling his hoodie over his head before going still again. Quietly, so as not to wake him up, I unzipped the tent and quickly scanned the campsite for any movement. I put my shoes on and began making the trek across our campsite to the designated pee zone. I had just made it to the area when I heard rustling coming from the campsite, as if somebody was rummaging through our supplies and bags. Still slightly drunk, in my haste, lost my balance and tried to catch myself with a branch that made a loud snapping noise when I grabbed it. I tried to gather myself as quietly as I could, but when I finally managed to look up, I could see that there was a figure making its way across our campsite in my direction. Before I could even think, I was blinded by the bright light of a flashlight shining directly onto my eyes, and the light was getting bigger, so whoever it was, they were coming towards me. The figure got 10 feet away from me before I heard Jordan's voice say, "Sorry, it's just me." I breathed a sigh of relief, but then Jordan asked me something that really confused me. He asked if I had seen his blue hoodie. He knew that I gave it back to him, but he thought one of the campers might have stolen it from his bag while we were sleeping. After a brief pause, I managed to stutter out, "But you were just wearing it when you got back in the tent." What he said next made my blood run cold. He said, "What are you talking about? It's been missing since we got back from the river." Jordan even went down there to see if he had left it by accident, but after he couldn't find it, he thought he would check the boys' bags, and that's when he saw me. My confusion quickly turned to sheer terror as I realized that the man who got into the tent with me just moments prior hadn't been Jordan. Sensing that something was wrong, Jordan asked me what happened, and I managed to get out that whoever stole his hoodie was sleeping in our tent. Not believing me, Jordan insisted on walking back to the tent to check it out. As slowly and quietly as possible, we made our way to the side of the tent, and when Jordan flipped on his flashlight and shined it through the nylon lining, he let out a scream. We could both see the clear outline of a man's shadow lying still inside our tent. What happened next is a bit of a blur, but we ran to the pod of tents on the other side of the campground where the older counselors were sleeping. We frantically unzipped their tent and started yelling for them to come out, and there was a man in our tent. I remember panic setting in as our counselors slowly and groggily woke up, but after a bit more of frantic yelling, they finally managed to understand the severity of the situation when a commotion broke out on the other side of the camp near our tent. By this time, they ran to the scene. However, they only found an unzipped tent and a bunch of our things littered on the ground that the man had apparently knocked over or thrown during his escape. After that, we heard our counselors radioing back to the camp to call the police, and we could tell that they were as scared as we were. I don't think any of us slept after that. Luckily, we only had to wait a few hours for the sun to come up, and by that time, a few of the other counselors had arrived with guns to escort us back to camp. On our way back down, one of the campers found Jordan's jacket tied around one of the trees on the path. To this day, I can't say for certain that the man in the tent was the same guy who we ran into earlier on the trail, but his face and that night still haunt me. Back in 2016, I was living with my then boyfriend's family in their home. Each morning, I would wake up and be the only one home. On this morning, I woke up to loud banging and crashing at the back of the house. I decided to call my boyfriend's mom just to make sure that it was her and nothing to worry about. Unfortunately for me, she didn't answer my phone call. Out of curiosity, I peeked through the blinds of my bedroom, which faced towards the backyard. I happened to see the top of someone's head, or what seemed to be a gray beanie. At that moment, my phone rang. It was my boyfriend's mom calling me back. She wasn't home and wasn't sure what the banging was. I asked if her daughter could possibly have forgotten her keys and maybe was trying to get in the back of the house. She told me she wasn't too sure if it was her or not, and that was the end of the conversation. At that point, I was a little on edge. I suffer from anxiety and overthink everything. I decided I might need something to defend myself just in case, and tried to figure out what to do next. I decided to have another peek out the blinds to see what was going on. As I pulled my blinds open, I was looking straight at a young man dressed in all gray. He looked at me dead in the eyes and then just smiled at me. He then proceeded to walk to the back door. At this point, I was panicking. The banging was getting more intense, and I knew that this person was trying to break in, and he knew I was inside now. I stayed in my bedroom and locked the door. The banging finally stopped, and I was thinking that he had finally given up. Then I heard the sliding door that connects to my room roll open slowly. I was really nervous, and I knew I was in some form of danger. My bedroom doorknob slowly rotated, but like I said, I had locked it. I heard a female voice faintly calling my name. It was my boyfriend's sister. It turned out she had been home all along. We came out of our rooms and searched the house to see that the man had nearly succeeded in entering the house. The door frame was torn from the wall, and the sliding door was off the tracks. We called the police and had 2 squad cars to the house within 3 minutes. He was never caught. A couple of weeks later, my license plates were stolen, and my car had been in the driveway of the house the day of the attempted break-in. Weeks and weeks after, I was followed by a young man in a van. He followed me to the gas station and would stop in his car near mine and smiled at me. He would stop in his car in peak hour traffic to get a glimpse of me. He was hanging around the front of my house, the neighbor's house, and the street for weeks following the incident. Everything was reported to the police, and they found the van's registration through the state. The vehicle was registered in a fake name or someone else's name. I don't know how I didn't notice this, but the license plates on the van were my plates that had been stolen from my car earlier. Thankfully, nothing more ever came of this, and the whole ordeal ended after I moved and bought a new car. I have a huge fear of home invasions now and being home alone in general. This happened only a couple of months ago. I live in the dorms at college with my best friend from high school. We are kind of night owls. I'm kind of a paranoid person, so this event still makes me feel a lot of paranoia when I'm walking around the dorms at night. Anyways, my roommate and I were watching television when we decided to order a pizza. We called the place and waited for about 30 minutes. We live up on the 7th floor, so we decided to take the elevator. We got to the ground level and found the pizza man. We paid him, and my roommate grabbed the pizza. Then we went into the elevator. We only went up to the 4th floor, an all-girls floor. We lived in a co-ed dorm complex. On the 4th floor, the elevator stopped. My roommate and I backed up to let whoever was on the floor into the elevator. The doors opened, and 3 men in their early 20s came in. They were foreign and spoke a different language. They looked at us, and one of them said, "Pizza, huh?" My roommate and I smiled. They then turned to each other and began laughing. They pressed floor 6, which later I remembered was an all-girls floor also, and continued to talk to one another in their own language. As I said before, I'm a very paranoid person, and I was starting to get bad vibes from these guys. I figured it was just because I didn't know what they were talking about, though. They got off on floor 6, told us to have a good night, and the doors shut. The elevator went up a floor, and soon we were out of the elevator. We started talking about pizza delivery women and how they must be harassed pretty frequently, which was kind of random, but I think both of us were still thinking about those guys, and we both must have got bad vibes from them. We just stepped into the room as we continued this conversation. I had to use the bathroom, so I stayed by the door. Now, I'm a tough talker, and I said something to the effect of, if a guy harassed me at work, I'd kick his butt. I said it in a much more expletive version though, and threw in some other inappropriate stuff at the end. I opened the door as I said this and looked out into the hallway. Before I could even step out of my door, I saw the 3 men in my hallway no more than 10 feet in front of the door. I then watched them run back to the elevator as soon as they saw me. I was stunned and it scared me. I slammed the door shut and locked it. My roommate asked what happened and I sputtered out, "Those guys from the elevator were right next to our door." We freaked out for a bit and soon settled down. Maybe I overreacted, but it didn't make a whole lot of sense. If they knew someone on our floor, why did they run? How did they know which room we were in? We had only been in the room for less than a minute, and they must have taken the stairs, because they had got off on a different floor. Now things would be different if that happened as its own incident, but just a couple of weeks before this event occurred, there was something else. It was another late night, maybe 2 weeks before, when I had to go to the bathroom, and so did my roommate. I opened the door to go out while my roommate grabbed her shoes. When I looked out, there was a man crouched behind a pillar next to the door that leads to the elevator. He was talking on his phone in a different language, similar to the one the men in the elevator were speaking, and looked at me when I came out of the room. I kind of backed back into the dorm room and told my roommate. We both brushed it off and went to the bathroom. He was still in the hallway, just crouching there. We went to the bathroom, and when we came back, the guy was gone. We went back into the room, and everything seemed fine. After these two things happened, I've begun to wonder if they were connected in any way. I'm probably just over-paranoid, but I still can't shake the feelings I got from the event. About 4 years ago, my wife and I planned an evening out for her birthday. My parents babysat and we went to a restaurant. Because I drove, I didn't drink, so we didn't bother to go anywhere else after we were done in the restaurant. But because the night was still young, we decided to go on a long drive. A location which is relatively nearby is a large national park. We decided to take a drive up there and just sit and chat under the stars. When we arrived up there, the country roads were dead, and I found a nice open parking area to pull the car into. We sat inside the car parking, and eventually things carried on to more romantic activities. At no point did either of us leave the car. As we were in the car, headlights lit up our vehicle. It scared us, as we were far out in the wilderness and did not expect to see another car at this hour. I thought the car was just a fellow traveler passing by, but to our surprise, the car pulled into the area and began circling us. I put the keys in the ignition and said, "Let's go." I drove out of the parking lot area and back onto the road and then back to the main connecting road. The car followed. Once in the main connecting road, we could see the make, model, and color of the car that was now following us. It was a dark red Ford. I drove quickly but not recklessly, as we still had a long way to go to get back to civilization, and I didn't want to pop a tire or something like that stranding us out there with this person following us. The car matched my speed and was right up behind us. At this point, neither of us were 100% sure if we were being paranoid or if this car really meant to be following us, so I said, "I'll pull off at a random turn and see what they do." I put my foot down, and after a few hundred yards down the main road, I made a late left turn down a really narrow side lane. I pulled up after a while on this side road, stopped, and turned my lights off, and watched in my rearview mirror to see what the car would do behind us. A few seconds later, there he was. He had turned off and was now coming down this narrow lane towards us again. At first, we were blinded by his headlights, but I was sure that it was him. As he got closer, it became apparent that it was the same car, so I drove down the road further, and luckily, I found a space large enough to turn my car around. I spun around and back to the main road again. He followed. Now back on the main road for a second time, I did now decide to speed. As I was heading towards the built-up city center, he kept behind me the entire way. Eventually, we stopped at a red light, and he was right behind. I looked in my mirror and saw his face, a middle-aged, slightly tubby man with glasses and thin gray hair. At this point, I was freaked out. We both were. I said to my wife, "I'm going to keep driving and try to lose him, but I'm not driving home so he doesn't know where we live." She agreed. We drove around for maybe another 10 minutes, and he was still following. At this point, I was beginning to consider the possibility of calling the cops, but I thought I would give it a few more minutes of trying to lose him. Thankfully, a few streets later, he turned off and was never seen again. Looking back, I don't know who that guy was or why he was following us. The fact that he followed us through the wilderness and into the city for a whole hour makes me think he may have had sinister intentions. This is a very brief but unsettling experience I had about 5 years ago. My girlfriend at the time had a cottage we would visit every chance we got. It was a 2-hour drive up north, and it ended with us turning down the old familiar dirt road that led to her cottage. The land of this dirt road was split onto 3 properties. The dirt road split off near the main entrance leading to their first neighbor's cottage. The remaining 2, my girlfriend's place and then her other neighbor's place, were further down. The end of the dirt road turned into her cottage and another path off theirs leading to the final cottage. We were out by the fork in the road with a fire going at around midnight, drinking and chatting. This being cottage country, we were surrounded by total darkness, our only light source being the fire that we had started. Footsteps started to sound up from the road in the darkness, turning our laughter to silence. Out of the black came a man in black pants and a black hoodie with the hood up. The only distinguishable feature was that he was a white male. This startled us as we knew that no one was up at either of the neighbors' cottages this weekend. My girlfriend's parents and the other neighbors had been friends for some 20-odd years and communicated when they or somebody else would be up there. The man proceeded through our sight, illuminated by firelight, up towards the neighbor's cottage, ignoring our greetings and pleasantries. He carried on and disappeared into the darkness. This was not a paranormal encounter. No ghost was haunting us. This was a very real guy who we had never seen before, walking down a pitch-black road and passing through our property. He left footprints and we could hear his walking. It was all very real. There's no town in either direction for miles, so where did he come from? We returned to our drinks and chatter before slowly making our way to bed. Nothing else happened that night. No attempted break-ins, no creeping around our cottage, silence through the night. The next morning, groggy and sporting a massive headache, I headed up to the neighbor's cottage to check for any signs of the guy who we had seen. Some light impressions on the ground of footprints heading up to the cottage, and that was it. The rest of the weekend was great, and then we headed home. The drive home gave us time to mull over what had happened. Who was that guy, and where was he going? Where had he come from, and why did he ignore us? I never experienced anything odd up there after that again. In my last year of college, I picked up a job on campus working at the front desk in one of the residence halls. This meant that I would be working weird overnight hours, but being the night person that I am, I was all for it. At the start of spring semester, a new student named Ryan moved into a vacant room on the first floor, not far from the front desk I sat at 3 nights a week. Ryan was a tall, lanky 20-something-year-old with blonde hair who showed no expressions and seemed to be a bit socially awkward. He had an off vibe about him from the start. In that first week, he came to the desk frequently to ask questions, and I gave him the best advice I could. Well, my kindness might have been a mistake. About a week later, I was sitting at my shift, 12 a.m. to 6 a.m., just minding my own business and catching up on some homework. Ryan came running down the hallway. He started a conversation trying to get to know me. I was being polite and listening, knowing he probably hadn't made a lot of connections yet being new. Well, he shifted the conversation, and it started getting very weird. He inquired about things about me, and he started aggressively telling me how he was going to join the jiu-jitsu club so he could learn how to crush someone's windpipe, all while I was just sitting there listening, having only said a few words. Red flags were going up in my head the whole time, realizing that this guy might not be stable. He was pacing the floor, raising his voice at me, so I started recording the conversation in case I needed proof from my boss or if something happened. I even had the campus police number pulled up on my phone, because the conversation started getting extremely uncomfortable and he had a lot of anger in his voice. He would stare at me without blinking while he talked. As he carried on, I started to ignore him, hoping that he would just leave, for it was almost 2 a.m. at this point and I was all by myself. Luckily, he eventually went to bed, and when he did, I called my boyfriend immediately, almost in tears, to tell him what happened. Over the next few days, my coworkers would update me that Ryan had come to the desk looking for me, asking questions like, what's her work schedule and where does she live? Knowing that I work mostly nights, this was unsettling because I did not like being at the desk alone with him. This continued over weeks where he would come to the desk and ramble for an hour about unsettling ideas or weird things. He would often ask me about another girl who lived there, Things like if he could have her phone number, what floor she lived on, what her room number was, and if she was single. He was seeming really sketchy to me, and it got to the point that if I heard a door open on the first floor, I would run to hide in the closet so he wouldn't know I was working. Sometimes my boyfriend would sit there with me if Ryan wouldn't leave. Another night specifically, I texted a coworker to call me from the desk phone to say there was an incident that they needed help with on the third floor so I could escape. He tried to follow me upstairs, putting his hand on the elevator door so that it wouldn't shut. I pretended like I was taking a form up to my coworker and hid out in the third floor common area for about 30 minutes hoping he would be gone. When I got off the elevator, right as the doors opened, I saw his expressionless face staring back at me, like he waited the whole time for me to come back. I acted like I got the wrong form, switched it, and headed back upstairs for another 45 minutes to be sure he was gone. Luckily, when I came back, he was. I eventually brought it up to my boss, as did a few coworkers of mine who were worried about my safety, since it was always the middle of the night, and he decided to feed off my vulnerability of being alone. She ended up having a conversation with him because he was making a lot of residents and staff uncomfortable, and said the next time he gets a complaint, they're filing it with campus police. After the first 2 months, I didn't have any more issues with him, but I always hid any time I thought that he was coming. Leaving work was very scary because I parked so far away and the parking lot isn't very well lit, but I'm thankful that nothing bad ever happened. I'd hate to think about how long this could have gone on, or if I had said the wrong thing during one of those creepy nights. My boyfriend had a business trip to a city 4 hours away from me, and I decided to visit him since our relationship is long distance. Since my decision to visit was spontaneous, we couldn't book a hotel room in advance for the two of us, and the hotel my boyfriend was staying at was being paid for by his company. They had a policy for not allowing guests to stay over or visit, so we had to look for a new hotel at night, and since it was a popular area, all the hotels were booked, except one. It was an okay-looking 2 or 3 star hotel, but I was okay with staying there, because we had no other option and it was a safe area, plus my boyfriend is a tough guy, so I wasn't worried about anything. We got checked in and the atmosphere of the hotel was strange. I couldn't see a single woman there except me. I didn't really care about that much because I was happy about being with my man after so long. We were staying there for 3 nights and 2 days, but my boyfriend had to leave at 7 a.m. in the morning for work and he would return later in the evening. So on the 3rd day, my boyfriend was off to work and I was taking a nap in the afternoon. I dreamt that I was alone in the hotel, and some hotel staff dude came in to deliver breakfast and started to pull me off the bed by my legs. I immediately woke up and got a little freaked out because I was all alone, but I realized it was just a dream. I calmed myself down and watched some television. 2 hours later at around 6 p.m. and I was ready to get in the shower because my boyfriend and I were going to the beach for a date night. I was procrastinating and postponing my shower. This is when the lock beep thing on the door started going off, when you try to open the door with a key card. I was startled and I couldn't move as this man opened the door and walked in and looked at me sitting on the bed. He stared me up and down and then closed the door. I didn't understand what was going on. He had the most random explanation in the world. He said, "I was just checking whether the AC remote and TV remote are in the room." I was so shook. I knew that he was lying. I ordered food and other stuff a few times a day, and the staff probably knew that my boyfriend left pretty early in the morning, and also that he wouldn't be back until late. They knew I was alone all day long. I asked him, "How can you just barge into someone's room like that?" He said he didn't know someone was in here, which seemed like a lie. Finally, he just turned around and left without apologizing or anything. I locked the door, not like it would have mattered anyway since he had a master key, and if he wanted to come back in, he could. I called my boyfriend, and I was so thankful that I wasn't naked yet. I don't know what could have happened. I told my boyfriend about everything, and he immediately came over to get me and chewed out the hotel staff. He told the staff off, and they all played dumb and said they didn't understand what the big deal was. While we were leaving, the man who barged into my room gave me the creepiest look ever. The strangest thing is how the incident happened exactly 2 hours after I dreamt of the same thing. There was also some pee in the toilet that same day. It couldn't be me because I was sleeping and no one would use it except me. I couldn't figure out who peed and did not flush. I asked my boyfriend whether it was him and he said it was not. Thinking about the dream part really creeps me out to this day. A few years back, I was working at a mall. I worked in a department store that was sort of in the middle of the mall, and it was usually fairly busy. I had the job for several years, and among all the workers we had a conspiracy joke about the faded man. He was a person reported by multiple workers and even mall shoppers as a mysterious figure with his face covered. He would allegedly be seen late after hours or in creepy spots during the day. Nobody had any proof, which was kind of odd. One of my friends, Kevin, who worked as a security guard, claimed that he had seen him on camera footage once or twice, but none of us were allowed to view the footage without clearance. Even Kevin said trying to zoom in on the man's face was difficult because the quality of the video just wasn't that great, so we couldn't really identify him. A lot of us didn't buy it, and I was very skeptical, having never seen him myself, though I always sort of wanted to. But one night, that all changed. It was a little bit before closing, and I had taken the last shift at the store. Most of the other workers had already left. Only my manager Tony and I were around doing some late shift work. All of a sudden, I felt like I was being watched. I needed to look around to see who was there, so I stopped and glanced up, but I saw nobody. I thought to myself that it was all in my head. As I turned back to my work though, I saw a tall figure standing near the storage door, half hidden in the shadows, just watching me. His face was mostly covered, and he was tall, about 6'6". I couldn't believe it. He was just standing there watching me, or at least that's what it looked like. I couldn't hear my thoughts over my heart pounding. He was real. I stuttered and called out in fear as Tony came running over in a panic, asking what was wrong. I just pointed. Tony had never seen him either, but he didn't hesitate to shout, "The mall's closed, you need to leave." The tall man standing in the shadows didn't respond. He didn't even move. Then he took a step towards us, and in that moment I started to panic badly. I began hyperventilating because it was only Tony and me in this entire store with a man who was like 6'7" and had been known to disappear in an instant. As Tony and I stepped back in fear, the man looked to his left as if he saw something and suddenly bolted. I couldn't move, still terrified of what this man could do if he got a hold of us. But Tony sprinted after him without a second thought. I ran after Tony because I didn't want to be left alone. So we ran behind this guy towards the back room of the store. I couldn't stop shaking as we looked between boxes in the dimly lit back room. All of a sudden, Tony bolted left, sprinting into one of the aisles, disappearing into the darkness. I was left alone again. Then I heard a box fall to my right. There he was, standing even closer than before. This time I could make out his face a little better. He was about 40 years old, super tall, with long hair, a long beard, and just darkness in his eyes. He looked malicious, like he wanted to hurt me. It was a terrible feeling when I saw him staring at me and I couldn't move. He started taking slow steps forward, and then Tony yelled out my name. I looked over in relief to see Tony running back my ways, and then when I looked back towards the man, he was gone. I didn't know if he had disappeared or if he was ever really there and it was just my imagination, but I was too scared to even process what I thought had just happened. My mind was racing and I almost blacked out. We searched for a while longer but couldn't find anything. Not a trace. We even checked the footage, but it just had happened to be in a place where no cameras were, as if he knew all the blind spots. I couldn't sleep for days after that, fearing that he had followed us home or something. Weeks later, after taking time off because I was so traumatized, he was finally caught. Tony had seen him one night again and made sure to call the cops this time instead of chasing him. Officers searched the area and found a small crawl space between the ceiling tiles, which had been used to turn into a makeshift campsite. When I read the news report, I learned that the man had been hiding there for almost a whole year. They never released who he was or how he ended up in the mall, only that he was still in custody for questioning. I ended up quitting because I couldn't fathom the idea of reliving that situation again. The way my college was set up was basically two large hills. Classrooms, administration buildings, and libraries were on one hill, and the dorms and cafeterias were on top of the other. In the valley between the two hills was where the gyms and sports centers were located. I was studying engineering and would often stay late in one of the study rooms until 1 or 2 a.m. One night I was alone walking back to my dorm around midnight, and I saw a guy standing at the top of the hill. Nobody else was around, and I was at the bottom of the hill. I had seen this guy on campus before, and he always gave me the creeps. His eyes looked really unhinged, and he often walked with jerky, almost frantic movements. Usually, I didn't think too much of it. I assumed he was a student and maybe had some physical or psychological issues, A few of my classmates had severe OCD and would do quirky things while out and about, but none of them had the same look in their eyes as this guy. I wouldn't say it was an evil look, but his eyes always seemed untethered from reality. I always got the sense he was seeing something a lot darker than the rest of us. On this night in particular, as soon as I saw him, I got a bad case of the creeps. He was coming down the hill straight for me, so I casually crossed to the other side of the path. He followed so that he was still coming straight for me. Again, I crossed the path, and he did the same. I was getting nervous when suddenly some guys came out from the soccer field at the bottom of the hill. The creepy guy noticed them, and when I moved out of his path, he didn't follow me. As I passed by him, I noticed that he was staring at me, so I glared back to let him know not to mess with me. After that night, I started walking a different route behind the tennis courts to avoid him. It was kind of risky since it was late at night and nobody was ever around there, but I also began calling my parents on my nightly walks back home, and that helped too. I saw that guy a few more times on campus during the day, but I never caught him looking at me again. Hopefully, my glare scared him off. I still have no idea if he was a student or just some random weirdo hanging around looking to cause trouble. I was on a job where I had to drive site to site and do a small upgrade to the shelving at every CVS pharmacy in California. I was about a month into the contract, and I had over a 100-mile drive through the redwoods to my next location. As I was driving, I noticed that I smelt a slight funk on myself. If I could smell it, it would be 100 times worse to the client. I needed to figure out how to get a shower and change clothes before arriving at the next location. I was about 40 miles deep on this isolated stretch of highway through the redwoods when I saw a sign for a camp at the next exit. I took the turnoff to see if they had a shower. I pulled into this small camp that had about 15 spots all tight together in a circle. It was an awful camp, but it was deserted and they had a shower. Perfect. I grabbed a towel and a change of clothes and headed to the bath building. As I approached, I could hear water running. I got to the building and there was someone in one of the stalls taking a shower. This was weird. This camp was deserted. No cars, no tents. It was the middle of winter, and we were miles and miles from civilization. Who in the world could be there? I thought maybe it was a pot farmer, maybe a homeless dude, or maybe somebody with a meth lab. All the scenarios ran through my head of who it could be. I wasn't quite spooked by it, but my instincts told me that this was very weird. I decided to go ahead and use one of the showers a few stalls down from him. I was comforted that the doors were thick metal and had a large, strong bolt lock. The shower runs on quarters, unfortunately. I took off my clothes and slid some quarters into the slot, and the water immediately turned on. A second later, I heard a scream of protest from the other person showering. I must have stolen his hot water. I felt awful, but I couldn't shut it off. The water instantly runs when the quarters go in. Nothing I could do, so uneasily, I stepped under the water, wondering what was going through this other guy's head. I didn't have to wait long to find out. I was about a minute into my shower when banging began on my shower door. There was a huge smash against my metal shower door, followed by him screaming. This dude was trying to kick down my door. I was petrified. I got out of the shower and stood by the door, dripping wet and naked, with my fists up in case he got in. I can't put into words how uncomfortable I felt about the concept of fighting naked. I kept thinking I should try to put my pants on quick, but I couldn't bring myself to do it, because if the door gave way while my pants were around my ankles, I would get absolutely destroyed. I also thought about the implications of fighting someone miles and miles from the next human being. What were the stakes? I've been in more than a handful of bar fights, and even enjoyed boxing with my friends, but there was never any real danger there. If someone was getting hurt, everyone breaks it up. Was this guy going to stop fighting if he won? Was this shower offense punishable by death in his mind? I was so scared that I was near panicking, but I tried to control my breathing and give myself the best possible chance at coming out of this. After what felt like an eternity of him trying to get in, even though it was probably only a minute or so, he stopped screaming and banging. I called out to him, "Hey, I'm sorry, I'll give you more quarters." There was no answer. I waited a few more minutes, and finally relaxed a little. I resumed my shower, thinking about how weird this was, and wondering if he would be waiting for me outside. Then I thought about my truck. I had a few grand worth of tools in there. I literally couldn't afford to lose them. I was sure he was in my truck, as I probably left it unlocked. Soaking wet, I jumped out of the shower, threw on my pants, slammed open my stall door, and went running out towards my vehicle. As I turned the corner of the building towards the parking lot area at full sprint, I was so relieved to see that he was nowhere around. He must have slinked back into wherever he hides in the wilderness. I was so happy that I didn't have to have a face-to-face confrontation with whoever had been pounding and screaming at me over hot water in a shower in the wilderness. This happened a few days ago when I, a 19-year-old male, went to a festival in a city 2 hours away from my home. I booked a hotel room for 3 days, and this happened on the second day. I had just woken up and was slightly hungover, so I decided to go eat a late lunch. This was around 5 p.m. I got back at around 7 p.m., and I was approaching the entrance to the hotel. A guy in a suit holding a computer bag followed me to the door. He looked professional, like he just got back from some sort of meeting, and I didn't think too much of it. I had an empty bottle of Coke in one hand, so I struggled to pull out my card to open the door. I found it weird that he just stood behind me when he could have just opened the door if he was staying in the hotel, but I didn't really realize that until after. Once I got into the building, however, I noticed his weird behavior. He followed me to the reception because I needed to throw away my bottle, and that's when I realized he was following me back to the elevators. The reception area of the hotel is in 2 separate areas, and he followed me to both, having no reason to stop in the lobby. When I got to the elevators, he stood a few feet beside me and watched me press the up button. I was getting more and more suspicious, and I got really anxious when he walked into the elevator with me. I gave my back to him and pressed my floor and moved to the right to let him press his floor number, which he didn't. That set off alarms. I have social anxiety, and I couldn't bring myself to confront him. So I just stood in silence and waited for the door to open. When the door opened, I walked out, and he followed close behind me. My room was at the end of the hallway, and he followed me for about halfway before a group of girls, clearly tipsy, came out of their rooms, and by God's graces, I somehow knew one of them. I made a big deal out of meeting her, and they invited me to go clubbing with them. I obliged, and just talked with them as I watched the guy slowly reverse to the elevators and get on one. When we finally went down, I noticed that he was not in the lobby, and I did not see him for the rest of my stay. I really do not know what that was about, but it shook me to my core. Like I said, I have really bad anxiety at times, and this made me feel terrible. What scared me even more is that I'm physically a big guy. I do not look like an easy target. What freaks me out the most is that he just followed me so blatantly. I really do not know what to make of what happened, or what would have happened if he had followed me all the way to my room alone. When I was a kid, I was homeschooled. So all the school that I did, I wouldn't even have to leave the house for. I lived at home with my parents and my 4 siblings, 2 brothers and 2 sisters. So I was exactly in the middle. My mom was our teacher, and she would give us lessons and assignments to do every day. We lived in a pretty average house, but our backyard was fairly big. So when I was about 12 years old, I remember that one day our mom took a field trip with my younger siblings. My younger brother and sister were about 7 and 9, I believe, at the time, and my older siblings were both teenagers. They were going someplace for little kids, and so me and my older siblings didn't have to go. The 3 of us were left home alone because our dad was at work. We had assignments to do and would mostly just be in our rooms. Now, my 2 older siblings had their own bedrooms, but I had to share with my younger brother. Then my younger sister also got her own room. So there were only 2 of us that had to share a room. I often preferred to do my work in the living room or family room because of this. So a while after they left, it was pretty quiet in the house. I sat at a table in the living room doing my schoolwork. I randomly heard the back door to the house open. It was a sliding glass door that led to the back patio. It was sort of within my view, but kind of around a corner. I didn't even bother to look up because I just assumed that it was one of my siblings. But after they entered the house, I expected them to walk past me, but they did not. They would have gone past me if they were going to their room. The opposite direction was towards the pantry, garage, and my dad's home office. But whoever had entered the house just kind of stood there, it seemed. After a few seconds, I looked up and around the corner to see who was there. When I did, I saw some random guy standing inside our house. It really took me by surprise. He wasn't looking at me, and I don't think that he noticed I was there. I saw him looking the other way towards the office. Then he began to walk over there. When he did, I quickly got up and ran for the hallway where my siblings' bedrooms were, as well as my own. Thankfully we had carpet, and I ran quietly, or else I'm sure the guy would have heard me. I went to my sister's room and told her that there was a guy in the house. She had a phone in her bedroom, and I did not. She was confused at first, but believed me and called the police. Then we all ran across the hallway to our brother's room. All of us stayed in there waiting for the cops. We didn't hear anything as to where the guy was as we were in there. After what felt like forever, we finally heard a knocking on the front door. My brother went out to investigate and said that the cops were there. So we all left the bedroom and then left the house. The police searched the property and the house up and down, but the man was gone. However, he did leave the sliding glass door in the back wide open, and we never left it open. He didn't take anything, which was strange, but good, I guess. I'm not sure what he was after. The sliding glass door had been left unlocked, which is how he got in. After that, we always made sure to lock it though. It was very strange because our neighborhood was quiet and this was the middle of the day. Nothing like that had happened before or happened after that when we all lived there.